We're back. We're back. Members only. Gotta love that. To anyone who's not a member of the stream, I mean, it's members only because a lot of you guys are annoying. So, if you want to be annoying, you gotta pay $1 a month or whatever. I mean, or, if you just want to chat in the chat. I'm not dealing with the gray names anymore. You guys, I don't know about you guys. I don't know about those gray names. Who knows about you guys? It's a lot quieter in the stream without the gray names, that's for sure. So, GameStop obviously doesn't move. So that's cool. You got Planter earnings after hours. You've had a bunch of earnings this or last week and this week, I'm sure. What the hell's a fresh pet? FRPT? I've never heard of that. Mooma. What's up, Mooma? How you doing, bro? A fresh pet. Packaged foods, huh? This thing was $150 at the beginning of the year. Damn. Where's this? Fresh pet. What you been up to, Mooma? Oh, they went from losing a bunch of money to being profitable last year. So that's cool. KCR, what's up, KCR? Been a while. Hope you're doing good, bro. Been a while since I've seen KCR in here. A 5 hour energy. That liquid IV shit, bro. So like, I don't know. It tastes weird. Yeah, like $500,000 in liabilities. What's the market cap? It's a little overvalued still. Little overvalued. Ran calls all weekend trying to get someone to be a client for real estate. What are you trying to do? Just wholesale, or are you just trying to get someone to let you be their agent, or what? I think it might be, since you stream shorter amounts of times, I tend to miss them. Yeah, I haven't streamed like really at all either. I think in the past like 2-3 weeks I've maybe streamed like 2 or 3 times. I don't know, actually, but I haven't been streaming a lot. It's been pretty boring. News has been crap. GameStop's been crap. For a while. For a while, the stream, like, everyone was just trolling for some reason. I don't know why. But now that it's at members only, it's not as active, but it's a lot more chill. There's no annoying people. So that's always nice. Oh, man. Find someone who wants to buy, sell, yeah. Nice. Hopefully you find someone. I think, I don't know. I feel like door knocking would be better for that. Door knocking that could be interesting. Nobody, I mean, you can get business with cold calls, of course, but I feel like people like that, like, face-to-face interaction, even though most people hate salesmen. It's like, I don't know, personally, I'd rather be sold something like in person than over the phone, I feel like. I haven't forgotten about GameStop. Well, I can't tell you if that's a good thing or not. Unfortunately. GameStop kind of sucks. Honestly. It kind of sucks. I wonder what my last stock pick's at. No, hasn't moved. It did go up to like $1 though. That's kind of crazy. Oh yeah, new background. It's not finished. I need more stuff, but don't mind the laundry room. Don't mind the laundry room. But yeah, new background, new room. What's the deck? That used to be my skateboard company. About a long time ago. Long time ago. Yeah, it wasn't very successful. But yeah, I made skateboards. Let's see. When was the first time I did it? Like 6 years ago? Yeah, right here. This is the first time I got blink decks. This was... Damn, I used to be good, bro. Bro, I literally rolled my ankle on that trick like 2 weeks ago. So pathetic, bro. Like, I wasn't even good at skateboarding back then. But, like, there's still some tricks that I was better at. So sad. I mean, obviously, I still suck at that trick, but... I probably couldn't do that. Straight up. I know I couldn't do that. That shit's crazy. I could maybe do that. Bro, I go back to this skate park sometimes and I'm like, how did I even do tricks like that? Like, my brain, like, does not... It's not there. Like, it won't let me just, like, send tricks anymore. It's weird. I think this is just some homie that I was filming. Oh shit, my little cousin, bro. He's in this video. Damn, that was like when he first started skating. You know what's crazy is now he's so good at ollieing. He used to barely be able to ollie, but now he's probably better than me. This is a wild video to watch, bro. I mean, I can still do that, but I suck. I can still do that. Debatable whether I can do that. Well, I can do the manual. I don't know about the ollie out. I think that was his first 50-50, and I got it on film. Oh, this is just like a mashup of fucking clips. I remember this very well. This was I used to play Rocket League and like a bunch of games with a bunch of online friends, and I went to see them. Like, fuck, I have the video. I wonder if I could find it. Let's see if I can find that video. Father time got it. Father laziness, honestly. Like, I still feel like I could do a lot of that stuff. It's just I'm injured and I don't skate enough. Had a job interview at a local government last Thursday. Went good. Tomorrow's the second interview. After which I'll find out if they hire me. Nice, let's go. I did not obsess over GameStop. Oh no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's a shitty investment. Even though, even though I'm invested in it. And I think it's gonna work out. For the time being, it's complete trash. So it's kind of more what I meant. Shitty ass investment that maybe could be good in the future. We'll see. As of right now, it's complete garbage. Oh yeah. How do I? Isn't it Google Drive? I don't think this is the right. Oh, is it here? Let's see. Oh shit, it's here. Oh shit. Let's see. I mean, there's no point in watching those clips because we're about to watch them in a different video. Let's see. I'll drag this over. Can I full screen it? Put him in a coffin! Put him in the coffin! That's why I made it through the TSA. Vlogging in the airport, bro. One person on that. This is a nostalgia video, bro. When I used to do like vlogs and B-roll and shit. Some nostalgia. God, I sucked at B-roll. I'm so trash at B-roll. None of my shots were fucking... None of my shots were like... They're all like... wobbly. I don't know what the word is. Like the weirdest thing ever. Oh yeah, I skated in the airport. I forgot about that. Ugh, some nostalgia, bro. Oh, that was a cool shot. See, I used to be like, okay. Alright, we finally made it. So... You gotta unlock me. It's so good to see you. Bro, that guy OD'd on heroin. That's so sad. That's my boy right there. And he OD'd on heroin. So sad. So sad. I really don't want to watch this video anymore. That slam, bro. Probably why my hand's broken. That was not fun. Foundation, they were building this park and $10,000. Homie like that did 8, I guess. He was getting like off and on it, or on and off. Yeah, he's trying to quit, but You can't fucking be that size and be doing that type of drug, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really know like the details. Honestly, I just know it happened. Good retirement. This job wouldn't be how much I bring for an employer. The quality I deliver. I need like air out. So holding the Dalmatians, taking me to the Purgatory. That place is gas, dude. Go to the Purgatory. Holy fuck, that place is good. Oh, that's another homie that we used to play games with. They're all plus size people. The homie Aaron. I didn't take you guys to the Purgatory, but you get to check out the dope ass fucking menu they have. That is legit. It's my boy Aaron right here. My boy Aaron, bro. Let's see what. Oh yeah, this is a cool little like spot because you're in this tunnel, and then you pop out. Holy shit, that was sick. The nostalgia of it. Oh, that Rolls Royce, I remember that shit. Sir, I'm not gonna give you any change. Wiping my windshield. Oh, that was funny. To the go-kart place. Oh yeah, I forgot we went go-karting, bro. Where's the crew? What's up, you sexy? There's my boy Gary, dude. Piece of man. He made us all because we used to have the super squirt friends. That was our clan. Do I still have that shirt, dude? Let's see. I gotta still have it, right? There's no way I got rid of that. That'd be so sad. I might have got rid of it. I don't remember. I have too many shirts. Too many shirts. I think I got rid of it. No. Well, that sucks. Huh. I wonder why I got rid of it. Suck it soft. Oh, why did I get rid of my shirt? I wonder what. I don't remember getting rid of it though. Interesting. Well, there's the shirt. I wish I still had it. Dr. Cushburner, bro. That's your boy. Dr. Cushburner. Oh, there's all the homies. They're all, dude, I'm like the smallest one. They're all just beasts. The best part about having like fat friends though is they love to eat out at places. That's like the number one bonus of having fat friends is they love to eat. And I love to eat. Bro's not the best restaurant. I don't know. We did eat Golden Corral, and bro, I wonder if it's in this video. Like, I was so sick on the flight home. I probably didn't even film. Let's see if I talk about. Super 6 a.m. person. Nope. Dude, I was like, oh, I had a little thing, but yeah, bro, we ate like I think it's Golden Corral. And bro, I was on the plane. It was like a 7-hour flight or something, and I was throwing up the whole flight. It was nuts. Oh, look, a coffee. Oh, this is a perfect video. A perfect video by CoffeeZilla. Let's go. Oh yeah, dude, Rocket. Here's the Rocket League tournament. Damn, probably one of the best. I mean, not the best backside flip I've ever done, but pretty good one. I hate watching these videos, dude. Because I used to be like so. I mean, not good, but I just used to not give a fuck. I used to not care about like eating shit. And I just used to not care. And now, like, I can't even like push myself to do this type of stuff. Even though, like, I can still do it. The rollerblade guide? Oh yeah, I used to not be able to do that trick. I forgot. Like, I probably... I didn't land it. The rest of it is just Damien. Damien used to be hella good, too. I'd bust my ass. Yeah, I mean, I used to be good. A month ago. Damien used to be hella good too. Talking. Oh yeah, dude. Oh my god, I used to be such a nerd. God, I used to be a nerd. I was playing Mercules. Hopefully, I don't get copyrighted. I don't think this is the tournament, but this is my first LAN, I think. These guys were playing Halo. I wish I was playing Halo back then. I'm pretty good at Halo. Like I just can't lose. Fast forward, here we are right now. Thousands of people in the crowd to watch it all go. I wonder if these guys still stream. I think it's the league. It's like the league esports or something like that. Yeah, these guys. Oh wow, they still stream. Oh no, maybe not. Yeah, I don't think they stream anymore. Don't look like it. My little cousin wants to get into rock climbing. He's like, you should come! I'm like, no! I do not like... I don't want to rock climb. I'm good. I like staying on the ground. Yeah, that was my team, EDF, bro. Stormy Inferno. Those kids were pretty good. They were just like kind of better than me, so they never listened, even though I knew more about the game than them. That's the weird thing about Rocket League, is like you can be really good at the game, but you can still like not understand the game.
It's nice to meet you. You ain't really killing shit quite like we do. So you can keep trying all these guys to see through. I was drowning, but I made it out the water like seafood, and it's okay.
So yeah, that's about my mom is a lot of people. Like
More skateboarding
for the rest of the vlog.
it's probably just all the same tricks.
But I hold more weight than gym graphics. Work chains smoking in the back of the range rover, sipping grape soda with whiskey about to take over. I stay hopeful, I'm focused on all the hate no more.
See, if I felt like that, I'd be dead. I used to just like eat those. Like if I felt like that now, I'd probably die.
The first of the people I had to say no to. Whatever trouble, that ain't even an issue. Inside my seat, it's a blister to fall asleep when it hits you. When you wake up from your dream on your eyes and open window with a chance that you escape and all like leaving a friend from your heart,
And just like even just me, I just sometimes not even
Talking.
I don't know why I can't just like go.
Interesting. How did we even get into this? Why am I even watching these videos? Is there any other ones that we could watch? Yeah, I used to have a cabin. I don't know about if you guys knew this. Why did I stop vlogging? It's just a lot of work. It's a lot of work for not much of a return. Actually, the real reason why I stopped is because I just wanted to skateboard and just focus on skateboarding. I didn't want to film anymore. So I just stopped filming. And I actually got like really good at, I mean, what you see is, I mean, that's like the beginning. I got fucking good. And then I got hurt and it's kind of been downhill since then.
What is up, guys?
And I don't do a lot. Like back then I feel like I did a lot more. Now I don't really do anything. I don't want to watch this video. This video is sad. I'm not watching that one. That video's sad. Well, I was gonna look up something else, wasn't I? I forgot. Oh, I've got a bunch of things open. What's up? 8, 9 people in here. Make sure you guys join the membership if you want to chat in the chat. Because I'm never putting it back. It's going to be members only forever. I'm never changing it back.
The Smith and Wesson used to have a 9 milli, trade a 445, cut them X and went to Chili. Next I need a 12 gauge, it'll keep a nigga chilly. All them shells ain't at your chest, cause I don't show no nigga pity. I know my sound is gritty, it's just a Brooklyn in me. New York is what I'm ripping, east side, I know you feel me.
You can tell by the time.
Damn, short hair. I used to have short hair. Just kidding.
I am going. You guys watch my.
So this was 7 years ago, huh? May 8th, 2018. Damn. I think this is just me unboxing and talking and blah, 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 blah. I don't want to watch that. Wait, I want to go back to that CoffeeZilla video, though. This is he did a reaction to Whistling Diesel. Interesting. Interesting. This is gonna be an interesting video, I think. 2 of my favorite YouTubers.
YouTuber tried proving people are lazy by turning $10,000 into $1 million, but he accidentally ended up embarrassing himself instead and promoted a guru who we're going to be exposing today.
We could be doing hard labor, but instead the idea is...
Yeah, I thought it was really weird when Whistling Diesel did this video, honestly.
mentality, success, and money.
The YouTuber is Whistling Diesel. He has 10 million subscribers, and his name is Cody.
Bro, that video's so funny. The, what was it called?
Today,
It's, this one, 4-wheeler on triangle wheels. Such a good video. It's so funny, dude. So funny.
His channel's motto, never ever clickbait ever. So you can imagine I'm pretty excited about this video because look at that title. He's gonna prove people are lazy with a series showing people that hate money.
They're gonna get trolled. I mean, Cody is the ultimate troll, but the person he did the video with is like a known scammer as far as I'm aware.
How truly possible it is to make money. Let's dive in and find out from the guy who never clickbaits how exactly that's gonna work.
Alex is one of the world's top leading day traders. We're gonna turn $10,000 into $1 million in one day.
Oh, what?
I wonder if Cody knew like someone would react to this video, and that's why he did it.
Actually, that seems pretty lazy to make $1 million in one day instead of being patient, but it also turns out to be clickbait because of course they don't make $1 million. But the setup is pretty simple. Cody Whistling Diesel plays this jokester who doesn't know anything, and then we have Alex. He's presented as our guru, one of the top day traders of the world.
Alex is the world's expert trader, world's top leading day traders.
And it's kind of a strange mix because Cody seems to not take this seriously at all, while Alex is very serious.
We're betting that the Japanese yen is going to get weaker and the New Zealand dollar is going to get
The
stronger.
first thing you want to do when you come into the market, you want to find out of all the markets which one have the highest probability of going in one direction versus the other.
You know, it was somewhere in the middle of this very simple Forex explanation that I realized, oh, these guys are selling something, or at least Alex is.
Yep. When he gets memed, shall see. I mean, listen, yeah. Maybe now that Coffee made a video about it, maybe you'll see something.
He's an expert who sells a course for $1,500 to teach people trading, which makes all of this pretty weird. But then Alex makes a pretty interesting admission about the whole experiment.
I was actually interested in taking this trade before you pulled up. You would have lost your full 10 grand right there.
Really?
Yeah, out of it.
Really? So we're gonna cut and we're gonna come back in 2 hours when this trade is 5 times.
How would he have lost his full 10 grand? that went from $1.13 to $1.10. He wouldn't have lost the full 10 grand, but okay.
In taking this trade before you pulled up, you would have lost your full 10 grand
I'm reacting to a reaction video. That's crazy.
right there.
Really?
Yeah, out of it.
Really? So we're gonna cut and we're gonna come back in 2 hours when this trade is 5 times the value. He's gonna let me borrow the Porsche and we're gonna have fun for a little bit while we're letting our money stack. We could be doing hard labor, but instead the idea is mentality, success, and money.
So in a quest to prove people hate money and are lazy, Cody shows up, nearly loses everything, makes one trade, and then takes a 2-hour break to drive supercars. Wasn't this whole video about hard labor and why people are lazy? Now it's about supercars and letting your money stack? Let's be honest, you need something before you can let your money stack. You need money. This is all starting to feel like an advertisement for Alex the Forex Guru. After all, Whistling Diesel is not a financial YouTuber. He knows nothing about that stuff. He makes car videos, but suddenly is spending 15 minutes learning about Forex. But just when I started to agree with the comment section, I got the video's real sponsor.
Which brings us to our ad break while we're making revenue. A personal data protection system.
Yeah, apparently that's the ad.
Let's take at least 3 seconds.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be 100% honest. It's actually a lot better than I thought.
Really?
Yeah, I thought it was gonna taste like.
Okay, we're gonna skip this ad too.
So here's something interesting about Incognito.
A reviewer from Business Insider shared their first-hand experience.
Okay, never mind. That's still the ad. Let's skip that too and get back to what we only think might be an ad.
Where are we at?
So we were up
We're
probably
at 89,000.
No, 90,000 now.
We're at 90. Oh, we're at 90.
No, but we were. I saw it on the phone.
91, 92. So should we pull out at 100?
No, this is gonna go more than 100 for sure.
Really?
Yeah, this is probably gonna be like 400 grand. No, for sure, 100%. But it's gonna take 2 to 3 days to get there.
All right. So we missed a lot while driving supercars and doing 2 ads. We now learn we're in the money, and in 2 days, we'll have $400,000. But Whistling Diesel doesn't want to wait that long. Instead, he closes his trade for $9,000 in profit. But I started to wonder, what if they had held on to this trade? Because even Cody wondered.
Yeah, peace out, KCR. Have a good one, bro. God bless.
How his day trader guru friend could just know it was gonna go up so high.
I don't know, you could wait it out or...
How do you know?
I just know, bro. I don't know how to explain it.
How do you know? What does he know?
Yeah, what does he know? I wonder the same thing, so I whipped up a Forex simulation of almost the same exact trade, but I kept my money in this time for a few days. And the question is, did I make $400,000? No, I did not. I basically lost everything in my simulated account. Because it turns out doubling your money is actually very risky. No matter how much someone says they just know the trade is gonna go up, they really don't. Now, I reached out to Whistling Diesel and asked him point blank if this entire video was an ad, but he insisted it wasn't. According to him, he was paid nothing except his profits. Alex, for his part, said the exact same thing, although he did admit that he has paid influencers in the past to collaborate, like Steve will do it. He also got Aiden Ross to give him an interview in exchange for using his Bugatti.
It's never too late to try something new. You know, you have college, you have 9 to 5s, they're always around, they're always there. They're not going anywhere. People need workers. Just try something new.
Try gambling. Just try gambling. You know, you'll lose all your money, but just try it. You know, if you lose all your money, you can make it all back. God, so stupid, bro.
Try flipping the
So
switch
fucking
here.
stupid.
Try do something that you believe in yourself with.
So, yeah, apparently those two got something out of it. Supposedly Whistling Diesel did not. If you even assume that's true, I still think it's worth digging into who this Alex guy is. And the question is it actually a good idea to give someone like this your money or to spend your money Forex day trading? Is it the secret to untold wealth? And how did Alex really get his Bugatti money? Well,
I mean, I don't really like trading, but it is the easiest way to, like, well, if you can manage risk, it is the easiest way to, what's the word? Just, capital, what's the word I'm looking for? Just not blow all your capital, because, you know, you YOLO all your money into GameStop or something. I mean, this thing is a piece of shit, but if we would have been trading GameStop, we'd probably be absolutely crushing. Even though I'm still crushing on GameStop, whatever. It's, yeah. Capital management is a lot easier when you don't have a position in the market.
of course, I asked, and Alex told me he made $7.5 million in the last 4 years from selling courses, actually. Teaching people how to trade, which is insane. Now, Alex claims that some of his money comes from day trading, but I never learned exactly how much. He said it ranges, but there's a famous lesson. There's more money to make selling shovels in a gold rush than mining for gold. Alex's website even says, I am a miner, can I do it? And the answer is yes, for $1,500. Although later I learned that actually he meant miner as in like underage person who actually aren't allowed to trade Forex. You have to be 18. But Alex's website says that you can just trade with a real account in the name of a family member of legal age, which is, again, not allowed. To make matters worse, Alex has also been accused of faking trades online and using simulated accounts instead of real money. Simulated just means essentially you're using Monopoly money. It's what I did a second ago to test out that trade. But Alex denies this. He says he doesn't fake trades. The only problem I find with this is that there's a disclaimer in Alex's own videos called CFTC 441, which is a reference to a special regulation where you have to disclose if you're using a simulated account. Here's the CFTC guidelines. It matches up with what Alex's videos and website say. And this makes me think at least some of Alex's trades are not real money, despite him claiming to be such a profitable trader. Now, Alex would later tell me this is a very catch-all disclaimer commonly used in the industry, but that could be because this industry is full of a lot of people faking trading records. Now, I did try to explain this to Cody, the guy pushing this great trader, world's best trader.
World's top leading day traders.
And I said, maybe this guy's not all you think he is. But Cody defended himself saying, I didn't promote him. I literally went day trading with him and made $9,000. Haha. He's factually skilled enough to double my money in a few hours, which I guess is true, but he's also skilled enough to make you almost lose everything twice.
I was gonna just like dump all my money into it, like in one day.
You wouldn't lose it all.
Really?
I mean, you could, but you're gonna lose it all. 100%.
Oh, really?
I was actually interested in taking this trade before you pulled up. You would have lost your full 10 grand right there.
Really?
Yeah, all of it.
And this just shows Cody's arrogance here. He's so uneducated on Forex, but also so confident about it. He was moments away from losing everything, but he doesn't seem to know it or care. I asked him which broker they ended up using, and he said he doesn't even know what a broker is. That's another big problem because a big part of Forex scams are sketchy offshore brokerages where you don't know if it's real or fake money and they can take your money and run. Now, I went to Alex's website because I was curious, and Alex recommends a broker called LQH Markets, which he calls trusted. But I would beg to differ because this brokerage is located in Camaros, which you can't locate on a map. I forbid you from depositing money there. It is also offshore and it has no CEO listed, meaning we don't even know who owns it. It's also banned from accepting US investors. But of course, the same guy who says minors can impersonate family members has no problem getting us a...
What's up, Hugh G? Nah, I didn't get a beta. But you can just go on there and open packs. You don't need an invite. You just gotta log into your GameStop account. But I would never open one of those anyway. It is gonna be a good revenue boost. But other than that, who cares?
around that too.
This is the kind of the L for some people, which is no US clients. I'm sure you guys can figure out a way how to do it. Get a VPN and do it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty shocking stuff. Just VPN to a trusted broker. Apparently, Alex's whole community trades there. That's how trusted this brokerage is.
I believe that there is a trusted broker. This is the current broker that I use right now, which is LQH Markets. Been using it for a very long time. My whole entire community uses it. This is the trusted one that I recommend.
After hearing all of this, I just wanted to know, surely Alex knows who's behind this trusted broker. So I asked, who is the owner of LQH Markets? Are you a part owner? And he told me, quote,
no access to buying packs. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I got in there, but ultimately, who cares? I don't even know how to get back to the website. I don't know. I got in and I was able to potentially do it. So I don't know. I just didn't put in my info because I'm not going to buy a power pack. I don't give a shit about cards. I'll just buy more GameStop. I can't even find the website now, so it is what it is, I guess. There it is. Wait, that's Twitter. I don't remember how I got there. Was it this? Yeah. So you can go here, you sign in. Link your GameStop account. I already have mine linked. See, now we're in. And I believe if I wanted, all I have to do is put in my card and I'd be ready to go. I don't think you need an invite. Because, like, you go to the... See? I'm in. I never got an invite. I just linked my account. I mean, let's see what happens. See, I could link my card right now and buy one, so I don't know why. I don't know why people think you need an invite when you literally don't. It's a little weird, but that's not surprising. GameStop community is retarded, so would you are you surprised? Are you surprised that they can't figure it out? Because I'm not. A bunch of handicaps in this community. Well, in the GameStop community. No, I didn't get an invite. And before I linked my account, it was, you know, you would go into the power pack thing. You would go into whatever. I'm not going to redo it, but you would go in there and then be like, this is in beta. And then all I did was link my account and I was able to get in there. So I don't know. I think GameStop, the GameStop community is just retarded. I think that's a fair statement. Seems like people are enjoying it. Yeah, it looks interesting. I'll be interested to see, like, the long term, people are going to get addicted to it, I'm sure. Are they going to nerf the payouts eventually? Like most slot machine type things? Beta in progress page. Yeah, because you got to link your account. You can't just you can't just open it. Well, I got in, so it's doable. It's doable. Since you use PSA of GameStop, that you might have got an invite. That could be fair. I don't see why that would matter. Just guessing it went by purchase history. Like if you're a big spender from your pro member history, you get beta access. They probably want volume customers who buy more than one at a time. That could be it. Maybe you guys don't have pro. I don't know. I do have pro. That could be a potentially, but I don't know. You got access, we don't. Well, you could figure it out because I had the same exact thing happen and I was able to get access to it, so it's definitely doable. I don't remember exactly how I did it, but I had that same thing where you would go in and it would say beta's in progress, and then I got in somehow. and I've never gotten an email or anything, so it's definitely doable. You can sit and think that it's not, but it is, because I did it. So if I was able to do it, it must be doable. I don't know. Cheaper to buy the stock than a power pack. Yeah, I'd rather buy the stock. I've literally sold every Pokemon thing I have because I'm buying more. The only reason I was really buying Pokemon is because GameStop was in the 30s and I thought it was going to keep going up. But now that we're just sitting at 20, I mean, why would you buy anything else realistically? I mean, the Nasdaq's up 2%, so I definitely know why you would buy other things, because this is shit, but if it ever moves, you know, could be interesting. I don't think I got through like the start intro though. Oops. That. I think I got in. I think instead of start breaking, I clicked packs or something like that. I don't remember. I was able to get in this though, so I know it's doable. I've never gotten an invite. So it's possible. It's definitely possible. Maybe you go on this. I don't know. Because I know what you guys are talking about. Like, if you click this, it opens the thing. And then it says your beta's in progress or whatever. Like, I had that happen multiple times. But then eventually I was able to get in. So I don't know. But who cares? You really gonna gamble on fucking Pokemon cards? Like, is that what you want to do? Couldn't you just buy the box and pull them? I don't know. Really hope they get someone like PokeRev to open some power packs on his YouTube. See if people get hooked or hated in the comments. I would open some, but Ryan Cohen fucked me, so I don't have money to open up packs. I mean, I could open up some packs if I wanted, but I don't want any fucking Pokemon cards, dude. I don't care about Pokemon. There was that small little blip in time where I cared about Pokemon, and that window is past. It has passed. I think a few people have done some shit on here, but oh look, he might have done a video. Unless this is a this is for the physical power packs. Yeah, a few people have made videos on it. Not very exciting. I forgot I was watching a video.
Quote, I'm not sure who is. There are many affiliate broker companies that do outreach on behalf of platforms to give the best deals, and no, I'm not. So apparently his whole community is sending money offshore. He calls it trusted, but he doesn't know who owns it. It's shocking stuff, but even if you thought that was bad, it actually...
I'm kind of glad nobody gives a fuck about the arcade as far as like market participants, because that's going to be a huge revenue boost. I don't know how profitable it'll be. I'm sure it's profitable, but that should be an extra like billion in revenue a year potentially, especially if it gets as big as like CS:GO crate openings. Like it could be massive as far as revenue goes. Like I said, profit, who knows, but that's what, you know, a lot of people are focused on is, well, a lot of bearish people is the revenue. But what's going to happen when you can't talk about the revenue anymore? Break Nation, what's up, Break Nation? Should be all on Q3. Yeah, I don't think it'll be on this next earnings. It should be on the whatever it's called. The Q3, is that, yeah. Should be on Q3. This quarter we should get all the investments, you know, if they did any, that senior note and whatever. But Q3 should be massive. Especially, you know, it'll be interesting if this quarter coming up you had a pretty big decline in revenue if they're still closing stores and stuff. And then you get this massive revenue boost the next quarter from the Push Start Arcade.
It gets worse because the last company Alex promoted was a different one. It was called Rocket 21.
Join the Rocket 21 Discord, the Rocket team, how legit Rocket is.
Rocket 21 Challenge, Rocket 21 Instagram, take your Rocket 21 Challenge. I only and will forever recommend Rocket 21.
That's right. Alex used to promote a website which was a place you could get funded as a trader. These are called prop firms, and in the Forex industry, they're mostly huge scams. How it works is they issue challenges to traders who pay for it with the promise that if they are profitable enough, they will get bigger and bigger accounts that they can trade with, and then they will receive a split of the profit that they make with these trades, which all sounds fine, except these companies are not actually trading anything. They do not use real money accounts. They give their traders fake simulated trading accounts, which means that when these companies lose money because their customers win, they pay them out of pocket, and vice versa. They make money when traders lose, which is strange when you think about it, because Alex's whole thing is to teach people how to trade successfully. But he's also promoting a website which succeeds the more his students fail. Maybe it's no surprise many of his fans now call this website a scam. And although many of them believe Alex was simply a promoter of the website, I have bad news for them. Alex admitted to me that he was also a partial owner of Rocket 21, although he says he's no longer a part. But just imagine the conflict of interest here. You are purporting to teach people how to successfully trade, and you co-own something that makes more money the more people unsuccessfully trade. Talk about a conflict of interest. It's also interesting to note that Alex at various points traded from a Rocket 21 account, saying he had $1 million account. But now that we know he was a co-owner of this company, and also that these were simulated funds, what are we even watching? A guy playing with Monopoly money?
We're about to take this trade together on my $1 million account right now that I currently have from Rocket. So this is my $1 million account from Rocket. So we're literally gonna take this trade together.
Like, I hope you guys see what a nasty business this is. And unfortunately, it's not just Alex. There are many Forex gurus doing the same thing, pushing these prop firms.
What is a reputable unlimited trading day that I know will pay me out? Check out Smart Funded Trader. Link is in the bio.
If you guys want to check out the Leveled Up Society or the Day Trading Institution, you can also find that down in the description as well.
TFT continues to grow. People are getting paid and people are telling their friends and people are making money and they're sharing that TFT is reliable, and that's why TFT is growing.
And unfortunately, even if you do win and you make a bunch of money, many of these companies will ban your accounts or delay your withdrawals. That is something Alex is even aware of, which is why he addresses it head on in his promotional videos by doing a car giveaway.
There's a lot of talks about there about, you know, a lot of these firms not paying people out, being super scared. So a lot of new firms pop up like every week. All these influencers, they just make their own firms. And we, like, I was talking to the team, to the Rocket team, and we're like, dude, if we give away a Lambo, we pretty much cash out $250,000 and we just hand it to somebody. This is to show proof that Rocket's gonna have no issue paying you out. There's literally no issue.
Yeah, guys, no issues. The proof is in the Lamborghini giveaway. Now, I happened to grab the last 5 reviews of this company on Trustpilot, and all of them are 1 star, reporting that there are delays or they are not getting paid from Alex's former company, which is obviously bad. But of course, Alex isn't the only one. He's just the one on the biggest platform at the moment. The Forex industry is full of scams, fakes, and frauds, and you should be careful when anyone makes earning lots of money seem easy. Despite what Whistling Diesel would have you believe, it's much harder to make $1 million than you think, and much easier to lose what money you do have. Ironically, Cody would know that if he had done a bit more due diligence and not been so lazy.
Yay! That was probably like the worst CoffeeZilla video I've ever watched. That was a bad video. He should have just posted it. I mean, he did post one on the Void, but that was a shitty video. 21 minutes on the Void? Damn.
I've been called out.
He should have just fucking... I don't know, that's interesting. I'll be right back. Here, I'll throw up the background for you guys so you guys can see, even though it's not finished. Okay. I'm back. Nice. Gelato will be great when it's no longer in beta and they open up different categories besides football and Pokemon. Yeah. It's just a good idea. It's a good revenue idea. I don't know how profitable it is, but the revenue should be nuts. That's all that. Yeah. Switch to sales investment, sales at other stores. Oh yeah, that too. At least I think. Well, aren't they selling Europe and France too? I don't know if they've announced they've completed that sale. Or just Europe. I don't remember. I forget. Okay. Back to this.
Out by a huge YouTuber, Whistling Diesel. He says, "You're not the brightest bulb, are you?" When responding to my video where I talk about his flirting with day trading, where he made a video claiming to turn 10K into what?
Damn. He called out CoffeeZilla. That's so funny. Ooh, that could be a good video.
1 million to prove people are lazy. And he says in the video description, "I wanted to create a series showing people that hate money how truly possible it is to make money and joy." So we're going to talk about this because apparently I have been epically trolled. This is according to his big response on Instagram did I genuinely just troll CoffeeZilla? I don't think I've seen anyone bite every hook I've cast. This is amazing. He didn't include any of my screenshots I've sent him. Wouldn't that be proper journalism? Time to show Steven Findenstein why I have 9.99 million subscribers. Guys, watch out. Mr. 9.99 is coming at us big time with both barrels. So I want to go through, we're going to go through all our text messages together, which, by the way, are linked in the main video, have been from the very beginning. We did quote him in our video, but he says the full context exonerates him. It changes the story. We're trying to lead you astray. So I'm going to show you everything today so you can see for yourself. But first, I want to talk about this main thing that he seems to be saying where this is all a troll, right? Where have we heard this before? Anytime you take someone seriously, it's all a big troll. Well, let's look at the comment section.
I mean, Whistling Diesel is the biggest troll on YouTube, so.
Of Whistling Diesel. These are the people who know him best. They're saying, don't underestimate your subscriber base. They can make and definitely break you. One hell of a way to screw up your channel and destroy your reputation. Not watching this channel again. Now, did all these people miss the joke? All of you, this is not my selection of your comments. I mean, it's funny, in his Instagram post, he like selectively grabs a few screenshots where people with no likes are defending him, saying, if you're taking Whistling Diesel seriously, you're not that bright of a person. But on your comment section, not filtered, where it's all the top comments, people are saying Cody's doing a durability test of your career. So apparently everyone missed the joke. Nobody understood that this was a giant, big laugh. This actually isn't even the first time it happened. Previously, he got in a fight with people because he called a Ferrari a, quote, normal car. You just think it's crazy because you're poor and have low standards. That's the bare minimum. And when people rightfully called him out for this insane out-of-touch take, instead, he once again kind of said, well, they're just not getting the joke.
This guy got offended that I called everyone poor. You know what? Cry me a river. Do you think if I walked up to Jeff Bezos and said, you're poor, would he get offended?
No, probably not.
Mr. Jeff is gonna laugh. Because Jeff Bezos knows he's not insecure. But yet, if I go up to a homeless person and call them poor, they still laugh because they know they're poor. They're not trying to, I'm not poor. They don't get all sensitive about it. But yet, if I call one overbite, greasy head, redneck, with 5 missing teeth poor, they get all upset and cry to mommy.
And here's where we first see Whistling Diesel's special brand of comedy. Yes, he will use a Vine boom effect 5 times in a row.
Overbite, greasy head, redneck, with 5 missing teeth poor.
But also, he will often say something kind of sincere after he makes this big joke.
Maybe that's because you know that you're not where you want to be in life and you're mad about it.
So the over-the-top character serves something that he ostensibly believes. He really thinks if you don't like out-of-touch millionaires like him calling people poor, that must be just because you're a hater. You're not where you want to be in life. Not realizing that he has actually lucked out. He lucked into a very high income job. And I can admit that because, hey, guess what? I'm a YouTuber as well. And yes, sure, we work hard, but at the same time, it's not as hard as like being a teacher, which gets paid way less. It's not as hard as being a cop, a firefighter, which get paid way less than a lot of YouTubers at the top end. So this idea that a Ferrari is a normal car and that everyone else who can't afford it must just have low standards, I think is just incredibly stupid. Now, just so I wouldn't get trolled again, I wanted to make sure that this sentiment he's expressing about Ferraris isn't secretly a 10,000 IQ comedy play, right? It's not some satirical thing that he doesn't actually believe. So we actually discussed it over text, and he said this. He says, a Ferrari is very attainable, and anyone that thinks they're unattainable should raise their standards and try harder in life. But it's not about cars. People stay impoverished because they think big things are unattainable and lower their goals. And so, yeah, when you press him on this thing he's joking about, it turns out he actually does believe it.
I mean, I don't know. Debatable. Debatable. I think there's a lot of people out there who make a decent amount of money and still are barely getting by, so I don't know. I think it's all situational based. everything's not really black and white as people want it to be.
He does believe people are impoverished just because they haven't set high enough goals. And you're going to see something similar with this day trading thing. He's going to claim that he went in there with an over-the-top attitude and it's just all a troll and we fell for it. But when you actually get to the heart of what the video's saying, the video is pushing Alex as this super great trader. Cody is just the foil to that as the uneducated guy, which is something we pointed out in our main video. I mean, we directly addressed it. And it's kind of a strange mix because Cody seems to not take this seriously at all, while Alex is very serious. So he's gonna claim we got trolled because he played this character, but when we ask him, actually, what do you believe? Does he ever say, oh no, it's just a joke. I don't actually think people should be day trading. I'm not actually trying to promote day trading gurus. No, he doesn't say that because I don't think that's what he believes. But we're gonna jump into it because, you know, we're gonna talk about the full context because actually what you're gonna find is that we Adam 22'd this guy, okay? If you remember Adam 22, we warned him not to do the scam and then he did it anyways. And then he later called us a grifter. And I'm like, wait, what? I tried to stop you. Well, that's kind of what I did with Cody Whistling Diesel is when I first went to him, I was thinking, look, this is kind of an interesting video, but really I wanna just tell him that the guy he promoted might be a fake guru, right? I just want to warn him because maybe he wasn't educated. So a lot of the conversation you're going to see is actually me just trying to plead with him to not continue spreading this misinformation to his audience, right? Not continue to do this. And that's what I was so surprised by is now he's saying like, oh, this was all a big satire, but you never mentioned that in our conversation where I'm telling you, I'm warning you that if you didn't know, now you know, you've been warned. So let's talk about it here. This is the start of our conversation. This is, hey, this is CoffeeZilla trying to reach Whistling Diesel. I'm reaching out for comment about your recent YouTube video where you featured a Forex day trader who's selling courses. FXAlexG is his handle. Did you get paid to do that video or in some other way like access to his Bugattis? It's not your normal type of content and seems sponsored. He says, can I prove it to you? So I prove it. He says, epic, as much as I'd love to say he paid me for the headlines, I actually wanted to see if I could make money day trading. Trying it for the new experiences and content, although it's hilarious how people are reacting to it. So there we see, he doesn't say, hey, this was a big joke. He doesn't say, oh, this was a big satire. He says, I wanted to see if I could make money day trading. And so he posts his screenshots with Alex. And here's the content idea that he comes up with. He says, I'm experimenting with different style videos where I basically try a new experience or buy something new to try it out. I thought a Cody invests all his money day trading a video would be cool where I shadow you for like a day and we use 20K of my own money to see what we can do with it. Obviously, we don't want to actually lose money, but we could pretend to do all the worst moves like panic buy and sell based on no information. And you're just cringing, LMAO. Alex responds, I think
That's actually pretty funny.
I think that's a fire idea. We can make it lit. So this is where the whole argument that, hey, it's just a big troll. It's just a big satire. But at the core of the video, Cody's trying to actually learn something about day trading. He's trying to show people something real about day trading, which is why this whole thing of like, it's just a satirical joke doesn't really fly with me. I ask him directly, is it your statement that the whole video was a joke? And he responds, my statement is the same as from the beginning. I wanted to try day trading as a beginner, so I did and filmed the experience, lol. So when you actually press Cody on like, hey, why'd you do this? Was it a big joke? Was it a big satire? You actually get, no, it was a sincere try at day trading as a beginner. Yes, he played up this character, which we talked about in our video, but ultimately it was about him sincerely trying. Now that was later in our text thread. I just wanted to show that. I'm gonna go back up to the top and we're gonna continue from there. And in these screenshots you see, okay, sort of like, hey, if you're confident, I'll do like 100K. It'll be viral, I think. I have no clue what I'm doing. Oh, I'm confident AF. We just have to catch a good session, so we have to have a good time. So here's these extra screenshots here. Literally we just have to catch a good session.
Sitting, we can bring it down to like 10K and then bring it back up to 50 to 60K all the same session. I'll put the money up so the emotion is real. I'm confident, so we just have to catch a good session. So we have time, get good.
So we have to have a good time. So here's these extra screenshots here. Literally just tell me.
Screen setup that we can destroy would definitely be good. We can bring a fake one if you have a spot on. 1 day notice, I'll move everything around. We could break the computer screen. You can destroy a car, whatever you're down for. This week's pretty busy, so blah, blah.
with 1 day notice. This is Alex G. He's talking.
I bought the property because I'm building a new house before we demolish it. Oh, before demolishing it, and we drove a school bus through it, through a couple cars. What the hell? Any chance we'll see markets close on the weekend?
Talking to, what if we did it this week? I'm down, let's do it anytime this week works. Okay, so then he responds to me, and I legit made 9K from 10K in 2 hours trading. Probably gonna make another video for people calling it scammy. So again, you know, he knows people.
Like, I don't know. He's got to be trolling, but anyone could make 9K, like risking 10K. It's not really hard. It's just risky. It's just like gambling. Doing something really funny recently where he enters a clown world and plays a big clown next to them. Did it with Aiden Ross first. What did he do with Aiden Ross? I mean, if you watch any of Whistling Diesel's content, that's just how he acts. He's actually pretty smart.
Think it's scammy that he did this. I said, thanks for the context. What broker did he or you use? And did you think it was weird that he asked you to blur stuff? Now, Cody responds, I don't even know what a broker is actually. All we blurred was his account balance. Now, I found this a little weird because like a broker is like the most important thing and also how people fake trades in Forex. So at this point, and you can go watch my videos on Trader's Domain right now, which has been charged by the CFTC. You can go see my stuff on Omega Pro where there have been charges by the FBI. But, you know, I'm thinking at this point, maybe Cody just doesn't know, right? So I tell him, he's been accused, FXLXG, multiple times of fake trades and faking stuff. He does technical analysis, which is a bit like astrology for finance. There's little evidence it works over long periods and tons of evidence that 99% of traders lose. Forex is one of the most scammy markets in the world, and faking trades is the oldest trick in the book. Broker is who executes the trades. There are ways to rig trades in your favor. He responds, I see. I sat there and watched it all. Made 9K in 2 hours-ish, haha. I actually told him when to pull out my money and everything. And so you'll see, I continued to plead with this guy. And do you get the sense that I'm not actually trying to get him here? Like, I'm just trying to explain it to him. I say, I hear you, but I can't say without more info whether those trades were rigged, right? Because things are blurred. I don't know which broker they're using, but what I can say is that Forex is full of the biggest fraudsters in the world, and this guy checks a lot of the boxes. Now, later, obviously, we realize he's, you know, promoting this prop firm that he actually owns, which is insane. You know, he's telling people.
That's a good point, though, because if Whistling Diesel is actually stupid, you know, that guy could have put on a fake trade and then just gave Whistling Diesel the $9 grand, because, you know, if you're making millions of dollars selling courses, I mean, being, you know, $9 grand for a promotional video of Whistling Diesel, that ain't shit.
Minors that they can, you know, trade on their parents' accounts, which they're not allowed to do. He's telling people to VPN, right? But then I say they want to use people like you to self-promote so viewers buy the course. He says, interesting, I didn't even know he had a course, lol. Everything I watched that day was legit, though. We didn't fake anything. Then he says, literally as you were texting me, my COO messages and says he caught an ex-employee charging 35, whatever. He's trying to give me another story. I'm not going to bite. I say, yeah, that's the main way most of these gurus make money. Think about it logically. If you just have a proven system to make millions of dollars consistently, why would you give it to other people for $2,000 a pop? This is always the question I ask these people. It's like, it doesn't make sense to give away your edge. You could just start up a massive hedge fund if you really had the strategy, raise tons of capital, and scale it to billions. Instead, all these guys do is get a MetaTrader account, get a bunch of flashy cars, sell a lifestyle, and teach basic technical analysis, promising young people to get them rich. The guy's motto is set and forget. It's the definition of a get-rich-quick scheme. Everyone knows there's no such thing as getting wealthy by setting and forgetting. I mean, again, you know, I can't believe.
Debatable. That's what investing is setting and forgetting. So, but you have to have money to make money, obviously.
He's coming at me going, you should have shown more screenshots. My guy, do you think that makes you look good? It's just me explaining, like, really methodically how the grift of these gurus work. And so I think it's funny, he's like, show more of our texts. Fine, we'll show all of them. It's just Cody being like, well, maybe I saw everything, even though I know nothing about data. Just Cody.
Let's see. I think it's a result of consistent success, then using proof of that success to sell a course for others to have the same success. Not saying it's huge success because he loses money on trades too. And I don't know what he makes on courses, but even if he actually profits 5% of the time and it's proven on screen, I wouldn't see a problem with teach others how to do it.
He being like, well, maybe I saw.
I mean, 5% of the time would be insane. That's yeah.
Everything, even though I know nothing about day trading, according to him.
What did that say? How to do it. The issue would just be inflating success with flashy lifestyle. But that could also be a business because everyone gets income from different sources. It would all come down to
I would.
My man said and forget slogan basically means don't trade emotionally because he literally just put 100K in and didn't give a fuck.
Know somehow if it was legit or not. So we have a long conversation.
It is a profitable strategy. If he's selling people the same strategy, it would lose its alpha over time. Yep. Good point. In finance, there's a limit of profitability of a strategy because as you size up the trade, the profitability decreases because you're actually affecting the market price. Yep.
I will, again, link all of this below. A lot of this is, once again, me saying, look, there's a reason that people who have profitable strategies, they're just running hedge funds.
That's a really good point, though, is like selling your strategy would decrease your edge, so it wouldn't make sense to sell your strategy.
Right? Why would you give away your alpha? People don't understand that in finance, different strategies have a size limitation because at a certain level, you're affecting the market with the size of your trade. So as you
and most strategies, it's like 56 now, like 55 to 60% of the time you win. Or you have like a really profitable strategy or you have a different strategy where you only win like 30-40% of the time. And then, but the times you win are exponential. So you can actually run trading at a loss. It's just, most people lose because it's not easy.
Size up your alpha.
And most people don't stick to their strategies anyway.
But starts to diminish because you start to become more of the market. So the idea that if you were super successful, you would sell your trading ideas is insane. And I just explain it here. It's complicated, but TLDR, if you had success in the Forex market, the last thing you would do is give away your edge. And I explained to him, there's tons of people doing this. Then he gets to the whole I didn't promote him thing. I literally went day trading with him and made $9,000. He's factually skilled enough to make double my money in a few hours. And then we get back to Cody's beliefs about society and money. I truly believe society is so stupid that if I made a video about how...
Let's see, he did a video with Aiden. It's kind of funny. He's just over the top and then concerned he's not over the top enough. Huh. What video? I'm sure I've seen it. I don't know. I just don't remember.
How to easily make $1 million, which is what I'm doing in the series. They still wouldn't take advantage of it because society is trained to avoid risk and not aim high. Again, that was the perfect chance to say, hey man, it was all a joke. Instead he goes, I'm showing people in this series how to easily make $1 million. That's what Cody says behind the scenes. Now, if this is part of the epic troll, if this is still part of the over-the-top brand, I guess I just don't get Cody's unique brand of comedy. Quote, hence why him giving away his edge probably isn't affecting his edge. The same reason I was scared to show people how to make good YouTube videos for years because I thought everyone would do it if they had information and there's only so many viewers in a niche. Nope, most people won't even try something because they're too lazy and don't want to take a risk. I said, you don't know the broker, but you're so confident it was a real and not simulated trade or fake trade. Did you check? How did you even get your money on the platform to place trades? Did you wire to him? And then I show him where he's saying that LQH Markets is a trusted broker. Athens Markets, that's his old broker, and it has really poor reviews. I show him that US people aren't even allowed on the platform, once again pointing out all the red flags in this guy. But he just responds, no, I just said I wanted to put up $9,000, but I profited, so I didn't have to pay him anything. And here's where we first learn that Cody did not actually put up the money, I guess, or is what it sounds like from his messages, which was an angle I didn't even get into my main video, but since we're, diving into the messages, let's just expose this. He claims that he went there with $9,000, but because they made money during the session, he didn't ever put the money in, right? It was just an account that I guess Alex already had set up. So it just was all even at the end of the day. But then he replies, I don't even know what this means. That's the whole reason I went day trading for video. I watched the trade happen in real time and I told him when to pull out my money. Actually, not his money because he didn't put it in. But he says, not sure how you could fake it though. And that last line is specifically part of what my video was about.
Not sure how you could fake it, huh? Interesting. I could think of a few ways.
How you can use simulated trades to make it look like you have a real balance and place trades and you're not actually making any money. You're just using these simulated accounts. Now, again, we don't know what the case was there. There was so much blurred. There was so much that we don't know about what broker they were specifically using there. And the other part of my video was about how risky it is to try to flip an account like this. And I showed how, by their own admission, they nearly blew up the account once. And if you just continued the trade, they would have blown it up if they continued to leave their money in the markets. And that's really all there is to it. Those were all our messages, all the screenshots. And I have to ask you guys, do you guys think that makes Whistling Diesel look better, knowing that I tried to explain all this before I made my video? I tried to explain why his video was wrong behind the scenes. Like, if anything, I think the additional context makes him look worse. But we're going to talk about all the follow-ups to all of this because subsequently, me and Cody have been talking over text and I've been trying to understand. Like, his whole energy and all of this is pretty weird. I thought I was really fair to him, or probably overly fair. And I said, why are you saying that, okay, you're not the brightest bulb? I said, look, I'm happy to invite you on an interview or chat if you want. Did you know Alex was pushing a prop firm he secretly partially owned? And he said, because you took everything in the video seriously. I don't know what a prop firm is. I'm not a day trading expert. That's why I made the video. He asks where I'm located. I say, you made the video and did zero due diligence. You just YOLO 10K to show people who hate money how possible it is to make money and prove people are lazy. It's just a stupid idea. I said, look, I'll send the Zoom link. And I said, look, I'm not going to tell you where I live for obvious reasons. It's a safety issue. This is why I don't do in-person interviews or stuff like that for people I'm reporting on. But he doesn't like that. He likes the idea of speaking to me in person. He says my whole video is a weird or hypothetical, not including actual screenshots. And he says, although I'm not him and don't know and can't speak for him, I may be down for an interview, but only if it's in person. We get in a discussion of why we would do it in person instead of via a live stream. I explain I have safety concerns with that. He says, Tucker Carlson met with Vladimir Putin for an interview of proper journalism in person, but you're too scared to meet me? And like, this is something I get a lot. People try to like bait me into meeting them. And I've always had the same policy on this. There's literally no reason for me to meet any of these people in person. There's no extra questions that I can ask them in person that I can't ask them on a live stream. So that offer's still open. But Whistling Diesel has put on his Instagram now that he's thinking of challenging Coffee Chicken to a boxing match. So, yeah, it's just stupid. Like, none of this actually serves the point, the actual meat of the allegations. Instead, it's just distractions, which I guess is the point. And I also try to explain to him that it's funny he brought up Tucker Carlson, who did a puff piece about Russia, like going to the stores and being like, look how clean and awesome it is.
It's perfectly clean and orderly. Look at that. It's fresh too, so it's apparently pretty good.
And my point was, the reason he met him in person is because it was gonna be an easy to like non-confrontational interview. Had it been confrontational, he would have been very stupid to meet him in person for that interview. I mean, this is a guy who's had dissidents assassinated. So I think it's weird that he brought up like Putin as his example of like, if you're gonna interview him, you have to go in person to meet him for like a real interview. It's like, no, you don't. And I proceed to ask him a couple more questions. Were you surprised to find that Alex promotes his course to minors who aren't even allowed to trade? And then I ask him the question about Ferraris, where we've already read that answer. About the minors thing, he says, I don't know the implications of minors trading, but it sounds like an amazing idea to me. Not sure how it could hurt to learn something new. To which I respond, I say, you're a combination of arrogant and uneducated in a way that is deeply painful. He says, use it in a video. I say, I will be using it. He says, personal insults. That's the entire concept of my brand, bro. I said, not meant as an insult. I just mean your responses on Ferraris come off as uneducated and arrogant. He says, I'm sorry my opinion about the feasibility of owning a Ferrari offends me. It does not offend me. I just think it sends a bad message to your followers. And they don't even like it. Like, who likes your message? Your followers are telling you you're out of touch. And your response is they're just haters. I tell it to you, you're saying, oh, I'm sorry it offends you. It doesn't offend me. I just think you're wrong. He says, I guess my goals are just higher. The world is most definitely in a difficult position. Many people can barely afford to put food on the table. The easy of my current life shouldn't be offensive. It should be proof that people can dig themselves out of holes and achieve their dreams. Finding offense at that is the exact reason most people will never achieve their goals. And here, once again, no one's offended that Whistling Diesel is successful. Everyone's just annoyed that now that he's successful, he assumes that everyone else is lazy for not being equally successful. That's the annoying part. So yeah, I just wanted to make a quick follow-up to this video. He seems to think that me not reading every single screenshot somehow was this big gotcha. He thinks that I was afraid to show it, even though I linked it. But look, I'm happy to show you. Those are all our texts. And yeah, I'll link them below so you can read them for yourself. I think it makes him look much worse because I tried to address all of this with him beforehand in private. But yeah, I guess this is where we're at. I personally find Whistling Diesel out of touch. I think his new attitude about money is uneducated. I think it is arrogant, but I'm not offended by it. I just think he's wrong. You don't have low standards if you don't have a Ferrari. You're very unlikely to get rich day trading. These gurus trying to sell you courses, most of them are fake. And yeah, that's basically it.
Huh. Interesting. I want to watch this video, but I don't know if I would get clapped. Let's see. I didn't delete my comment. I edited it and you didn't repin it. I see that most people here don't understand the satire of my character, so I'll clarify. Shown in the text screenshots, I wanted to try a new style of YouTube video where I try to activity, experience, and showcase what it's like a beginner. Day trading was the most foreign thing to me, and I thought it'd be cool, blah, blah, blah. So I messaged Alex my idea, told him, blah, blah. I met Alex at a car meme. Gonna make car videos, I have no clue in the depth. Complexity of the day trading crypto world. There's so many people who were so sour about it. Everyone begins somewhere. Obviously, nobody likes scammers, and neither do I, but everything I did with Alex was legit. Simply my exaggerated experience as a beginner. Expressed this to Coffee, but he used minimal context in my screenshots in the video, and obviously didn't know my online persona. Cannot speak for Alex, as I'm not super close to him, but he was hospitable, and I didn't think anything was fishy. I was not paid or compensated in any way, except what I actually made from the video. In regard, probably the most rage bait I've posted in a long time, and obviously nothing lasting and good comes without lots and lots of work. Okay. 805 replies. Fell off. All this to say and nothing of value. L. Don't scam, bro. Interesting.
I've been called out.
This influencer who many are now referring to as a crypto scammer just got exposed for exploiting his friendship with one of the biggest streamers in the world, then throwing him under the bus.
I'll watch that later, I think. Okay. Exciting stuff. Not really. That hasn't moved. Not surprised. Yeah, Planter earnings after hours. Diamondback Energy. You got quite a few things. quite a bit. Bond rates are finally going down. Nothing there. Oh, yeah, I wanted to look at Berkshire. Berkshire had earnings recently, and I guess they lost a little, or they didn't lose money, but wow, that's insane. I don't know what quarter this is for Berkshire, but last year they made 43 billion, and this year they're only at 17. That's crazy. Obviously, they still crush, but Phillips 66. I didn't even know that was a stock. PSX. Damn. 49 billion, huh? Interesting. I wonder. Never looked at this. Crushed. Oh, balance sheet. 72 billion minus 44. What is that? 68. 48. So that's about at value. It's kind of interesting. Are they buying a railroad? I have no clue. What's up, Rosh? I don't know if I said what's up to Rosh, but hope you're doing good. Funny nemesis arc for Zilla. I mean, Whistling Diesel's smart enough to where he probably had a good idea someone would react to that. But who knows? Some insider buys on UPS. Last time I looked at UPS, it was kind of interesting. TNL. Holy shit. Oh, okay. I was like, what the? Some buys. Nothing crazy there. No short interest update. Crypto's still just kind of doing its thing. Market's up a lot. EU delay planned US tariffs. Shares of American Eagle surged 20%. Okay. I can't believe Kristen ain't popping in anymore. Yeah, I think I pissed her off or something. Who knows? She probably. Who knows, man? I thought you guys talked outside of the stream. But it is what it is, I guess. Not much to say about that. She also doesn't have a membership, though, so even if she did pop in, she can't message. But, yeah, I don't know. Is what it is, man. I mean, a lot of people aren't here anymore. Like, we only have, I think it's less than 10 people here right now. A lot of people left. That's how it goes when, you know, you don't stream every single day. And also, you know, there was that one day where I was just talking shit. I'm sure a lot of people don't like that, and I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit, man. That's why I was talking shit, because I wanted a lot of people to leave. The people who stuck around, you know, those are the people that I wanted to stick around. They'll be back when GME hits 25. I hope not. I really hope not. They can go somewhere else. They can go to... There's a few other streams they can go to. Hopefully they don't come to mine. I mean, it'll be members only, so it won't even matter. This is great. I mean, sometimes not having as active of a chat sucks, but like the fact that annoying people can't message, I mean, that's pretty sick. But that's the... Either way, that's the life of streaming. That's why I don't, you know, that's why I don't message people outside of the chat, or, well, I mean, there's a lot of reasons for that, but there's a reason why I don't, like, try to be more, like, friends with a lot of people in here, you know? Like, I'm not messaging you guys outside of here and whatever. It's because that's just streaming. Like, people are here for a while and then they're gone. That's how it goes. People have their own lives. They do their own thing. You know, you say something that they don't like and then they're gone. Like, you know, I've probably streamed, fuck, seven hours a day for what was it, 150 days probably? Rough estimate. You know, when you're streaming over 1,000 hours a year, I mean, you're bound to say at least something that offends someone. So, just not much you can do about it. Like, that's just how streaming goes, you know? I can't control how people feel about the things I say, even though, you know, it might have got taken out of context or whatever it may be. Like, that's, yeah. And it's kind of sad that she's not here anymore, because, I mean, she's been my friend for like 5-6 years, something like that. Like, we've talked about hella shit outside of the stream, and so that's why it's a good example of why I don't talk to anyone. Someone you like truly think is there for you and you truly think is your friend. I mean, maybe she is, you know, maybe I'm not seeing it correctly, but you know, a lot of people aren't actually there for you. And maybe she feels the same way, but I don't know. I don't know what I would have done to make her feel that way, if that's the case. But it is what it is. That's life. People come and go. No matter how close you are, I guess. Who knows? I don't know. Coming in with random stuff. I think that's why she left, is because of that. I don't know if it was specifically that one day or you know, a multiplication of days. I don't know if that's the right word, but maybe she just got tired of me. Who knows? I wouldn't blame her. That's for sure. Yeah, I wouldn't blame her. Especially the past few streams. I've been kind of an asshole the past few streams, but I mean, can you blame me? Can you really blame me? I don't know if you can. Mara surpasses 50,000 Bitcoin. I'm supporting even though I get nothing but attacked. I mean, I bring value here. You know, I appreciate your support, but bring value. Maybe you wouldn't get attacked if you brought value. I know, crazy. You get what you put in. Coming to the stream, trolling, bringing things that aren't valuable. I mean, what do you expect? What do you expect? You expect me to be nice to you? Because that's a very wrong expectation. She could be taking a break. Maybe she's in a bad spot and didn't like the negativity. Who the hell knows? She didn't seem upset at any point that I seen. Yeah, I don't know either. I mean, that's a good point. That's a good point. I feel like she would say something, but maybe the silent walkout. Maybe that's better for some people. I guess I mean, we'll see, I guess. I don't really plan on taking it off members only, so I don't know. She's gonna have to buy a membership to chat. So I don't know if we'll ever see, but we'll see, I guess. Cobb impersonated a mechanic at Highland Auto Repair, telling staff he's from corporate before a van of pranksters arrived and began crawling under customers' cars. TikToker was charged with burglary, criminal impersonation, disorderly conduct, and trespassing. If he's convicted on all counts, damn. Yeah, either way, I hope she's doing good. Hopefully she's happy. Hopefully she, like, found a boyfriend or something, honestly. Hopefully she's fucking doing something. What? Old School RuneScape hits all-time player peak after 12 years. I think it's because of the World of Warcraft transfer. Let's see. Old School RuneScape has officially set a new all-time peak 12 years after release, with more than 240,000 players logging in. Player tracking site Misplaced Items recorded a total of 240,756 concurrent users on August 3rd. Later that evening, official Old School RuneScape account confirmed the milestone on Twitter, writing the game had broken its peak player count, much to the excitement of... That's crazy, dude. The previous record date is back December 2024, when 231,000 concurrent players logged into the classic MMO. However, this new spike comes at a time of renewed momentum for Old School RuneScape. On July 23rd, Jagex launched Varlamore, The Final Dawn, the final chapter in the game's latest major expansion. The update added 3 new explorable regions, Bernal Valley, Custodia Pass, and Talati Rainforest, along with master level quests and a challenging new boss fight. Players can also earn powerful rewards like the Eye of Aik and Avernic Treads upgrades, giving PvE players new goals to grind towards. New skilling content, risk-reward mechanics, and additional PvM encounters have also added even more variety to the game's late-game progression. Surge is also a wider part of trend in the MMO space. Frustration with other titles like World of Warcraft and New World has led some players, including popular streamers, to revisit or switch to Old School RuneScape. 12 years after launch, OSRS continues to prove popular, and its latest record is proof that the classic MMO is still growing strong. That's wild, dude. Say maybe the plumber became her man. I hope so. You never quit Old School RuneScape, you just take breaks. I haven't logged in so long, bro. I don't even know if I could remember my password. Logged on the other day to cut some trees. They got like a mini game now. Crazy. I think sailing was added. Yeah. Duke Dennis arrested while filming with Kai Cenat. Okay, read all that. What is this? GameStop is reselling your graded Pokemon cards in ridiculously priced mystery boxes. One of GameStop's many scrambles to stay alive beyond its meme stock status, the stores began buying graded Pokemon TCG cards last year. Now the company has found a way to sell them back to you, but in a widely bad mystery box deal. GameStop's attempt to behave like your local TCG store could only ever have been a bizarre corporate pastiche of the concept. When you go to your local independent card shop and trade in your pulls, they'll usually give you a fair price that still leaves decent room for the store to resell them at profit. When GameStop started doing it, it was without providing the staff with necessary training and expertise, and naturally saw them paying woefully low prices, and of course without any of the individual stores having any independence over how it was carried out. The result of all that is now far more clear. For the last 3 months, GameStop has been selling graded cards back to customers in the form of mystery boxes, with the second phase of an initiative just launched, and wow, they're not worth it. Didn't they sell out like instantly? 3 months ago, the incredible popular Pokemon YouTuber PokeRev opened the first wave of these mystery boxes called GameStop Power Packs. At that point, these $60 boxes contained 3 random booster packs plus 1 PSA card at a grade of 8 or higher. Boxes showed images of Lost Origin Giratina, V-Altar in grade 10, which today would cost you $1,600. That'd sure be nice to find, but just like the infamously terrible Walmart equivalent, MJ holding mystery boxes, which do the same daft trick of putting extraordinary rare packs on their box. It's not likely what you get. Be fair, GameStop, their presentation is at least a little nicer. Walmart's mystery boxes are flimsy cardboard with various items rattling loose inside. GameStop goes the other way around, with so much of the cost clearly going into the sturdy box, folding lid, and bespoke foam inset. But yeah, the chance of finding a $60 worth of goodies inside seems incredibly slim. Maybe. Second wave of power packs maintain the $60 price, but now only have 2 booster packs instead of 3. Those packs, as revealed in PokeRev's latest video, seem to be Surging Sparks, 151, or Journey Together. It's about 10 to 15. Graded cards then seem to come in around 15 to 30, meaning most boxes will get you contents worth from half to 2/3 of what you paid, which sucks. $60 for $30 of cards. I mean, isn't that Pokemon? You buy a fucking pack for $10 and it's basically worthless. Like, that's literally Pokemon. There's, of course, the chance the packs could contain a valuable card, but it's not high, and no better than just buying the packs themselves for their actual price. The one positive I can find is that at least the PSA graded cards aren't just bulk. From watching plenty of those MJ holding boxes getting open that contain graded cards, those will very often feature a grade 7 generic card from a recent set, worth far, far less than what it would have cost to grade in the first place. Instead, what's shown for GameStop seems to be at least some classic cards from the early 2000s, both Japanese and English, even if they themselves aren't worth more than small change. We don't know if these PSA cards are slowly sourced from what's been sold to GameStop stores over the last year, or if the company's buying them in bulk from other suppliers, but a combination of the two would make most sense. Either way, given the stores will have paid far less than they're worth when they're traded in, and are then being sold back in boxes that the majority of the time charge twice as much of the contents are worth. It's clearly a very profitable venture for the company, but it's definitely not one worth spending your money on. You're far better off visiting your local independent store or buying graded cards from trusted online marketplaces, so you can be sure you're spending your money on the card you really want. Okay. I don't know if we can watch PokeRev's video live. I don't remember. Okay. Would I ever stream OSRS? Probably not. I don't see myself playing that game ever again, honestly. I still have quite a bit of stuff to do on that game, though. No, and they've added more, so I probably got a lot of stuff to do on that game, but nah. I just don't like video games, bro. Like, it would be nice to have a game to, like, stream and play, but I just don't like video games. I'd rather sit and stare at stock charts all day, and I don't want to do that, really. I think I would stream me going and practicing golf more than anything. You can watch Pokemon the Movie 2000 for free on YouTube. Piranha Plant camera for Switch 2 is on sale for $40. Darksiders 4 was announced. That's interesting. Instagram public accounts with less than 1,000 followers can no longer go live. Tesla found partially liable for a deadly 2019 crash. Set up a tripod and chip the day away, but people tune in. I've thought about it. I've definitely thought about it. Just kills your battery so fast. And the phone streams kind of suck. But I'll do it one of these days. I've been golfing so much, dude. I literally played golf all day yesterday. I snuck onto a course and just did laps. And then I went back home, took a nap, and then I went back to the course and played more. And then I went to my cousin's house, and then we went back to the course, and I sat and chipped for a while. Like, I've been playing so much golf, dude. It's crazy. Right now I'm working on, like, further out chips. Like, I was doing, like, 30, 40 yards last night. And it's actually insane how consistently I've been getting it on the green. It's, yeah, it's wild. I'll do it one of these days. GameStop prices are generally better in the local shops around me. That's what I was thinking. Local shops are a ripoff. Like, if you want to go grade a card at the card shop next to my house, it's like $25 or $30 per card. It's ridiculous. I bet people would watch whether you're good or not. People love golf. I'm decent. I want to take a lesson soon. I need to learn how to drive better. Cause usually I slice when I drive. Like, that's very consistent. But for some reason yesterday, I was like hooking, like, not every ball. When I went and played in the morning, I was playing really well. I actually got a pretty sick chip-in birdie that was tight, but I was hitting the ball relatively straight. I was doing well. And then I went back later, and it was fucking hook, 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 hook. Like, I was hooking the ball so much. And even with my irons, I was still, like, kind of hooking or sending it left a little bit. And it was just weird because I don't hook the ball. I always slice. So I need to get my swing diagnosed. And yeah, so I want to do that. But once I get my driver straight, I could play relatively well. Wish bowling was as popular as golf. I'd actively be trying to go bowl professionally. I mean, you should try anyway if you like something you want to do. I bet people like bowling. I don't know shit about bowling. I'd imagine people post about bowling. Bowling. I mean, 100-pin bowling challenge, 41 million views. The fuck is that? Cricket? You go play some cricket, mate. You go play some cricket. Bowling's pretty big. I mean, obviously it's not as big as golf, but there's quite a bit of bowling's kind of interesting. I used to have like a 60-yard slice, slowed my speed down, and put the ball a little bit further back towards my back foot. Fixed my issue. That's interesting, because usually how you fix a slice is off your front foot. And most of the time, if you're slicing that hard, it's just because your club face is open. But I never hooked the ball, so it was weird. It was very weird. Market 0. Sure if that's a common fix, but it helped me and I'm just an average player. I mean, it's all going to be, everyone has their own little problem. Like swing fixes on YouTube, or it's going to be tough to fix your swing with a bunch of videos, because unless you know golf very well, you don't know exactly what you're doing wrong. So like, you can try to use all those tips, but if you're not fixing the thing you're actually doing wrong, then yeah. But that's cool. I'm actually relatively good. I just, for some reason, was hooking the ball every single, like, not every hit, but it's just weird, man. It's just weird. I've never hooked, like, I've hooked a ball, obviously, but I've never hooked a ball, like, that many times in a row. It was so weird. So weird. Believe it or not, I've tried learning from you in the Roaring Kitty videos you've streamed here. Likely I started in the wrong end, though. I replicated his spreadsheets, so now I have a spreadsheet full of info I don't understand. I mean, the point of the spreadsheet is just to track price and what things are doing over time. It's not really much to it other than that. The main thing you should be focusing on is learning how to analyze a balance sheet and understanding what a company's doing and how they're performing and how potentially they can perform over the next few years, and how does the stock relate to how the company's performing. Like, that type of stuff's more important than the price. The price doesn't really do much for you. I mean, you can, you can use the chart to make plays and stuff like that, but I don't know. I think the best thing to just understand is that the stock market's gambling, and you can try to put things in your favor, but at the end of the day, all you're doing is gambling. So, yeah. Battlefield 6 gets an October 10th release date. Not much there. What the hell is an NSFW game? Like, I see a lot of news about that. Like, I think I know what it is, but it's just weird how big of a not safe for work. Oh, okay. That, I see. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. I literally can just drive balls out into the trees in the field behind my house, free range. That's sick. I just sneak onto the golf course. Like, I don't. Yeah, I got kicked off the golf course the other day, actually. I was just chipping. I have a basket full of balls, and I was just chipping away, and then these girls come up. You're not supposed to be chipping all those balls on the green. I was like, oh, my bad. I get such like weird looks. Like what's it called? Oh yeah, when I'm like practicing with my fucking basket full of balls, you know, probably I don't know how many balls are in the basket, but people like look at me so weird. And in my mind I'm like, do they like not understand how you get good at a sport? So it's funny. Like the girl was kicking me off and her little friend was just like staring at me. Like I don't know. I feel like people just see me chipping all these balls and think I'm like a psycho, but in reality it's like that's how you get good at like any sport is repetition and time and effort. Like you're not just going to get good playing golf. You have to practice. Like of course, you know, you're going to get better the more you play, but like let me put it this way. If I had the choice to play golf all day, just, you know, walk around the course and play versus being able to just practice, I would rather practice. I would get way better. I think there's a lot of things you learn from the course that you can bring into your practice, but I would rather sit and practice all day than play the actual game. Let's see. Liquidating your sealed. There are weeks I'm getting 2,000 worth of product. At some point you gotta move. That's fair. I mean, debatable, but I agree. House looking like Amazon fulfillment. Pretty much have a shop upstairs. I'd be down to sneak out there too. Shit, I don't think I'll ever pay for golf. I mean, I'm sure I'll pay for golf at some point, but I like sneaking on. It's fun. Because I don't need a car. I don't need any of that stuff. I'll just walk. This was why I was excited. I found a ticker that is at the bottom and got insider buying. I wanted some input on why I'm likely wrong. Well, it's the stock market. It's either going to go up or it's going to go down. That's the input. You can go, you know, you can go on sec.gov, look up the balance sheet, you know, see if it's profitable, see if it's going to be bankrupt in the next 5-10 years. Like, you can analyze all that stuff, but at the end of the day, I mean, look at GameStop. GameStop's absolutely crushing profitability-wise, business-wise. It's at 10 billion market cap. It was at 10 billion market cap a year ago when it was shit. So, like, you know, that stuff is important, but it also doesn't matter. You're in the stock market, you know? You're gambling. You buy the thing and it either goes up or it goes down. There's no certainty in the stock market. If there was certainty in the stock market, GameStop would be a $40, $50 stock. But it's not. I mean, you know, we know the reasons why it's not. So in my mind, it still is a $30 stock. But at the end of the day, you're still just gambling. There's no certainty in here. Like, even if you find the best stock in the world, like BarkBox, like, I mean, BarkBox isn't the best stock in the world, don't get me wrong. Like, don't get me fucked up. It's not, I don't know, it's okay. But doesn't mean anything, you know? You can find good stock picks and they don't go up. Sometimes they go down. It's the stock market. It's all a matter of time, you know? Time will prove you right or wrong. And if you're worried about risk, I mean, maybe try to day trade, because investing's probably not for you if you're worried about risk. I mean, there's still risk in day trading too, but you kind of make your own risk in day trading in a lot of ways. Shop in the winter when the gelato slows down. Debating vending a few local shows. Vending looks fun, but I bet it gets tiring because people think they buy at 70%. I'll be excited to see how it goes. It can take chasing hot low pop singles and getting them graded, waiting on some returns, about 30 cards. Damn. That's a lot of cards. Probably take profits, moving in more singles or GME and Bitcoin or both. I don't really have an opinion because Pokemon's kind of an interesting investment. And Pokemon and Bitcoin are very similar in my mind. Like, they both have a lot of potential. There's a lot of hype, and it'll most likely work. GameStop's the real, what's the word? Anomaly? I don't know if anomaly is the right word. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. So far, it hasn't been. So far, it's been complete shit, but... personally, like, if GameStop didn't exist, I would probably buy more Pokemon than anything. Potentially. I don't really know. You know? I don't really know, but... The parents doing the trade-up challenge with their kids, too. They're just doing a hustle. A trade-up challenge? What the hell's that? I look at them, I look at beggars acting homeless on the street. The bad apples ruin it for everyone. What the hell's a trade-up challenge? Never heard of it. Bringing a raw card to a PSA 9 or 10 is the lick, so long as the market doesn't fall out from underneath you while you're in the process of getting graded. Never know, maybe the power packs make graded cards more scarce if the vault really takes off. I mean, it won't make them more scarce, but it'll make them easier to trade, more authentication. So in that sense, I feel like graded cards would be more valuable digitally. But who knows? I don't see any investment out there that looks as juicy as GME on the stock market. I just don't. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good investments. But when I'm looking 5-10 years out, anything that's going to be better than GameStop is already, like, overvalued as fuck. Like Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, Google, you know, Berkshire, like anything that's better than GameStop and is going to business-wise do better than GameStop, it's all overvalued. And it's just GameStop's like the only thing I can see like a 5-10 year window for where it doesn't seem like it's overvalued in the moment right now. Like there's a ton of companies I can see a 5, 10, 20 year window for, but the stock price doesn't. The stock price isn't attractive. You know, like McDonald's, you know, this is probably one of the ones I bring up a lot, but 200 billion, you know, 200 billion market cap, like McDonald's isn't going anywhere. McDonald's is going to be here in the next 20 years. Yeah, I think we can all agree on that. But I mean, what are they at right now as far as financials? I mean, they're making $8 billion a year. That's fire. Balance sheet, 55 billion in assets. Like that's not that good. Like when you're at a 200 billion market cap and only 55 billion in assets, yeah, sure, you're making 8 billion a year. Like McDonald's isn't that attractive, you know? Like it's 5, 10, 20 years, maybe it doubles, maybe by some miracle it triples. Like but that's not attractive. Like when I'm looking 5, 10, 20 years out of GameStop, I see a minimum 10x. Minimum. A minimum 10x. You know, that's looking out 10, 20 years, you know, if they can get to that 100 billion mark or in assets. You know, the tough thing about GameStop is the market cap isn't pricing in like future expectation. With McDonald's, you know, you're at 55 billion in assets, making 8 billion a year. Market cap's at 200 billion. You know, the market's already like priced in the future of this. When I look at GameStop compared to a lot of these stocks, like Apple's only $1 trillion in assets, I think. It's already at 3 trillion. So like, whoops. Like there's no, like Apple's not that attractive when you look at it that way. 30 billion a year, like that's insane, don't get me wrong, but total assets, yeah, only 364 billion and fucking a 3 trillion market on the stock. Like that's, yeah. Everything I look at that I can give the same time frame window as GameStop is all overvalued. GameStop's the only thing I can look at, see that 5, 10, 20 year window and be like, yeah, I can see the vision. And the price of the stock actually like is attractive. That's yeah. Helly is the ticker. Helen Troy, I think we talked about that. I'm pretty sure I'm the one who brought that up. I thought that was attractive as well, and then I looked at their recent earnings and they lost a bunch of money. I've already researched that. I also thought that was a very good stock pick, but then you go into their most recent earnings, this first 10Q, and you go to their cash flows, they lost 450 million last year, or just this quarter, last quarter, Q1, whereas, you know, 2024 Q1, they made $6 million. And you can go through the balance sheet here and you can see that they repaid a loan, and that could be, you know, potentially why they lost so much this quarter. So potentially this is a one-time thing. But yeah, Helen Troy is very interesting. Just this first quarter of earnings is very suspect. But I like Helena Troy, actually. I think it's an interesting pick. It's just when I was talking about it, I didn't notice that that earnings report. I didn't notice it. But it still goes back to what I said, you know. That could be a good pick, you know. Financially, maybe if that Q1 pattern reemerges and they're losing a bunch of money every Q1, like that's going to be bad. But at the end of the day, like I think that's a decent stock pick. Doesn't mean it's going to go up. Doesn't mean it's going to go down. If they keep losing, you know, if they lose a bunch of money this year and then do the same thing next year, it's probably going to keep going down, but yeah, there's a lot of aspects of that company that are interesting. But we've already researched that. That's probably where you got that from, is here, because we've talked about that. P ratios for tickers are insanity. I mean, what's gonna happen when GameStop becomes that? You know, probably won't. But what's gonna happen if the market starts to price in the future of GameStop, and we're sitting at 20 billion in assets with a 60-80 billion market cap? Like that's interesting. That's interesting. Does it mean it's going to happen? Who knows? But GameStop has a lot of interesting factors. I bet there's a bunch of people in the stream right now because the stock went up 30 cents. Oh my gosh, it's up. It's going to the moon. Oh my gosh. It's mooning. Oh. I guess nobody cares about GameStop anymore. Isn't that a beautiful thing? There's only 6 people in the stream right now and the stock's going up? Shit. Shit, son. I like that. I like that. There's your close, 22.60. That's a fire close. That's a good close. That's a good close. I'm convinced we ride the wave we've been on till bond matures. You're going to get a move going into earnings. But the question is, are they going to do another bond offering? I know it's going to go up again. You know, it's just a matter of time, and how much is it going to go down before it goes up again? Like, it's going to go up again, but what's going to happen when it goes up again? Are they just going to do another bond offering? Fuck the stock? Sure, you know, it makes it a good buying, you know, it makes for some good buying, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, if you really think about it, if they didn't do the bond offering, we would just be sitting between like $28 and $35. It would still be the same price action. You know, like it wouldn't be much different to what we're experiencing right now. You would just be at higher prices. So, you know, I think it'll go up again eventually. It's just what's going to happen when it goes up again. Are they going to suppress it again? Or are they done with the bond offerings and they're just going to let this thing, you know, do its thing with that downside protection? We'll see. Didn't get to 3%. Oh, that's fair. I think a lot of people don't come to this stream anymore, especially now that I made it members only. You know, I've been talking a lot of shit on the GameStop community the past few streams, so I think people just don't come here anymore. But I'm perfectly okay with that, because the GameStop community sucks. So I'm perfectly okay with that. But also, you know, GameStop hasn't moved. The overall market is performing very well. I bet a lot of people just don't care about GameStop anymore, which, you know, is what we've been waiting for. The less people care about this, the more it'll go up, in my opinion. It's kind of ripping after hours here. I wonder. Let me open up an account, see what's going on. What's going on? And I said, Ryan Cohen offers more bonds. I think they'll suppress it. That's just going off recent trends. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Hopefully, see, I have a feeling they're not going to. And even if they do, I don't know if the stock's going to sell off. Because I think there's going to be a lot of people who think that same way. And whenever we get back up to 30, they're going to take profits or whatever. And then if there's no bond offering and the stock just keeps going up, like that's, you know, that's worst case scenario for a lot of people. No, I guess it just got overbought in after hours. Forming a little uptrend here though. Got a higher low, or you know, your first low, higher high, higher low, higher high. So that looks good. But you just got tons of resistance. Tons of resistance. La resistance. Seems to have a plan, but not the capital, and doesn't want to raise ugly capital. Ryan Cohen, the only one who knows. I'm just longing for the ride, buy the dips, and accumulate. Wait, what? Seems to have a plan. Wait. But not the capital, and doesn't want to raise ugly capital. Ryan Cohen, the only one who knows. I don't know what you mean by that. I'll buy at 22 or 32. I agree. I mean, my buys will slow the more it goes up. But I'll buy. And maybe I'll even sell. Who knows? We'll see. We will see what happens. Who knows, man? This thing has been interesting. Anything under 100's a dip? Could be. It definitely could be. I'd be loading up right now, but I'm stacking cash for a car. Nice. What kind of car are you getting? I forgot about that fucking accident. That sucks, dude. Hopefully you're doing okay. Ryan Cohen seems to have a plan, but not the capital. Clearly building something behind the scenes. I think Ryan just realizes that downside protection is important. And just like having that cash. And you know, they don't need to buy like Bitcoin or something because they can do other business ventures, you know. I bet the Push Start Arcade didn't cost really anything to make, and that's going to bring in hundreds. I feel like $1 billion is a push, but we'll say, you know, hundreds of millions in revenue. You know, that's going to be positive. Whether, you know, how much profit it makes, I think we'll see, maybe. But even if it only makes like, I don't know, 5-10% profit, like let's say it makes, let's go really minimum, and it makes 5%. Let's say it brings in I feel like these are really low estimates, but let's say it brings in 500 million of revenue times 5%. You know, that's 25 million a year. And that's, you know, in my opinion, that's a very lowball estimate. So what's going to happen when Push Start Arcade's pushing $1 billion in revenue and it makes, you know, 10%, you know, they're bringing over 100 million just from that. Another 22 CRV. Yeah, that's a nice car. You'll sell, but diamond hands. Oh, I have bro, I've bought so many shares. I don't think you guys know. Like, the whole time I haven't been streaming, I've probably doubled my position again. Like, it's ridiculous, man. If GameStop doesn't work, I'm fucked. That's all I'll say is I am absolutely fucked if this doesn't work. UI of the Push Start Arcade looks light years ahead of the GameStop app. Is there a way to see the sales numbers from Call of Duty skins or CSGO cases? I'm sure there is. I looked up something and it said CSGO cases bring in, I can't remember if it's $1 billion profit or $1 billion revenue, but CSGO cases bring in a lot of money. So, but I'm not looking at the Push Start Arcade as like a profit building thing. I feel like it's more of a revenue tool. Because what's the biggest argument for bearish people on GameStop? Revenue. So, you know, what's going to happen when GameStop doubles or triples their revenue this year or next year because of the Push Start Arcade? And even if it doesn't even make that much profit, you know, the bears won't have anything to say. Like, literally, like, the bears won't have anything to talk about. How many shares do I have? I think it's over 5,000 now. I don't know the exact amount, but it's over 5,000. Between, you know, all accounts. So, yeah, I'm fucked. I'm fucked if it goes down. I think at the beginning of the year I had less than 4,000. I want to say. I can't really remember. But yeah. We'll see what happens. If it works out, you know, it's going to be great, but if it doesn't work, I'll see you guys at the kitchen, at the homeless, you know, I'll be in line at the soup kitchen. I'll be in line at the soup kitchen if you guys need me. Insurance paid out for the total loss, paid off car loan, had $7K left over to use towards down payment. Just got that check cleared. Oh, nice. That's good. Over 5K, GME moved 50 cents, so that's 2.5K. Something like that. I don't even look at my accounts anymore, dude. Whenever I have money, I'll go in and press buy, but I don't look at how much is in the accounts. I don't look at it. I don't look at it anymore. I just hope it works. I'm just hoping it works. I'll send you some gelato. Homeless Corey gonna feast on gelato? Hell yeah. Well, at least I have you guys. I'll hop on stream every day and be like, change. Yeah, I need change. I need change. I lost all my money on GameStop, so I need change. Change. You got any change? Can anything happen? Yes. Do I think you're cooked? Absolutely not. Oh, no. Bro, I wouldn't buy as many shares. I wouldn't buy this many shares if I didn't think it was going to work. You know? I would never throw 100 racks at something if I didn't think it was gonna work. You know, does it mean it's gonna work? No. Can I still get fucked? Of course. But I'm not worried about it. Definitely not worried about it. And even if I do get fucked, like who cares? You know, what's the worst case scenario? You know, GameStop's not going to zero. You know, it's not going to zero. So what's really the worst case scenario? It goes back to $12. You know, I lose 50 racks. But at the end of the day, like, if it goes back to $12, I mean, you guys saw what happened last time it hit $12. You know, it went up 6x. So even if it goes fucking back to $12, I feel like there's a very high likelihood it goes up a lot. So, you know, worst case scenario, I lose like 50, 60 grand. But at the I don't lose unless I sell. And if it goes to $12, that's going to make me even more bullish. Like, if it keeps going down, I'm going to be like, holy shit. Like, it's going to suck, but I mean, that's opportunity if it keeps going down. About hella, there are 3 insider buys in mid-July. This out of inexperience, can these buys be strategical? Does it not mean anything? Just because an insider is buying doesn't mean anything. You know, it can show you that someone in the company has confidence in the business and thinks the business is going to do well in the future, and potentially the stock price is undervalued, but at the end of the day, insider buying doesn't mean anything. The stock can still go down. Like, that's the whole point I'm trying to make. Like, you use those little factors, you know, profitable company, insider buying, whales, you know, balance sheet, or assets are more than the market cap. Like, you use these little things to give yourself a potential edge, but it doesn't mean the stock can't go down. Like, just because there's insiders doesn't mean, you know, they're gonna win. They can lose still. all insider buying and researching the company and seeing if it's profitable, yada yada, finding undervalued stocks compared to market cap with assets, like all that stuff is just giving you a potential edge. But at the end of the day, you're still gambling. So, you know, it's never going to be for sure. Nothing you do in the stock market is for sure. Like, who knows? Who knows, man? Who knows? 2,420, sold some to buy a car when mine blew up, and gambled some calls, watched them go to zero. Oh, yeah, that'll happen. I still have some options. I really want to get rid of those. I hope GameStop has like a 5-10% up day, and I can get rid of those stupid fucking options, because that shit is so dumb. Awful comment, but I think you know what I meant. Yeah, I know. It's a sports bet. I don't you know, that's all GameStop is to me. It's not really a stock. I mean, it is an investment, of course, you know. It's an investment, but at the end of the day, this is just a sports bet. But the only thing about sports betting is when I lose all my money. I don't lose all my money if this goes down. I might lose a lot, but I don't lose it all. It's just a really long sports bet. And if it turns into an investment, even better. Hope we sit and move sideways for years. I want to keep stacking. Yeah, that'd be sick. Not really a good thing for me, you know. But anyone who has a normal job and is just trying to accumulate, like, this is best case scenario for you. I mean, it's been kind of good for me, I guess. But not really. If anything, I put myself in a shitty position because if it goes down, I'm going to get absolutely fucked. Whereas, you know, 8 months ago, if it would have went down, I mean, it did go down 8 months ago, or 6 months ago, whatever. You know, I got fucked, but it wasn't that bad. Now, if it goes down, I just get absolutely wrecked. Absolutely wrecked. Positively wrecked. Oh yeah, you got planter earnings. How'd that go? Damn. That thing ripping. Rippy rippy. Rippy rippy. Rippy rippy. Can't see it moving past 19. It could, but I'd be impressed. I mean, fundamentally it shouldn't, but if the market started to crash tomorrow, you don't think GameStop's gonna go with it? I would. That's debatable, highly debatable. You know, that's also another thing that makes me bullish on GameStop, though, is I don't think the market's gonna crash anytime soon. I think the market is gonna continue to perform very well for the next few years potentially. So, you know, that gives me added confidence in GameStop. Damn, Planter tops 1 billion in revenue for the first time. Boost guidance. Isn't that crazy? Only 1 billion revenue, and this thing's trading at like 200 billion market cap. It's fucking ridiculous. Fucking convenience. Fucking crazy. It's crazy, mate. Oh yeah, Berkshire's not doing buybacks anymore either, I guess. They'll probably wait till the stock dips. Thought Switch 2 was going to make us moon. What happened? There was one guy that was just so convinced in here. It was unbelievable. Yeah, I don't remember. A lot of people were very convinced. I mean, do you guys remember that poll we did before earnings? 80% of people thought the stock was going to go up. 80%. That was if that wasn't a sell indicator, I don't know what was. You know? EA won't release The Sims 5 because players would lose 10 years of DLC. Damn. What the hell is that? Oh, my dude fell. My guy fell. Animal rescue names puppies after Gen Alpha slang to help them get adopted. It's kind of funny. Elon Musk says Vine archives coming back. Lyft and Baidu plan to bring their robo-taxis to the UK and Germany next year. Yeah, I haven't even checked Reddit. See if there's anything on there. I'd imagine not. It's a lot of push start arcade stuff. The fuck? God, sometimes I want to read some articles on Reddit, but most of the time I don't. Half the stuff's AI. Potentially. Maybe. I mean, if it's not, it's just... Sometimes I just don't even... Like, I feel like I get dumber whenever I read some of those posts. Like, I'm already dumb. I don't need to get dumber. Yep, nothing there as usual. I remember, and then someone asked how many people have the Switch 2, and it was just me. Yeah, I still think you're like the only person with a Switch 2. I voted down and was vocal about it. Also, take the down on the next earnings. I remember one of the trolls came in here and was like, the 20% are stupid. It's like, oh, really? You think so? People might be salty after last earnings. Maybe. I'm always amped on earnings. Q2 will bring us to the moon. I don't know. I don't even care about the upside at this point. I like the downside protection. Like, if this keeps holding 10 billion market cap, like, that's dope. The upside's gonna take care of itself, you know? Half that stuff's AI, other half is something edited from ChatGPT. That's a good point. That's a really good point. Oi! Oi! Interesting. Interesting. Oh yeah, I forgot about Brian Arnett. I wonder what's going on with that. I wonder if he's posted about it. He might have quit YouTube after that. Yeah, he hasn't posted a video since he got sued. That's crazy. He's posted a couple skate videos, it looks like. But he doesn't talk about it at all. Poor guy. That shit sucks. Let's see. Seems like all the Moas Moonmen theories died and they stopped shouting about it. I have noticed that. It's kind of great. It's great, honestly. I remember when I first started streaming and I would shut down all the fucking Moonmen and they'd get so upset about it. And isn't it funny, you know? A year later, I was basically right about everything. Isn't it funny? I mean, we'll see, you know, if they bought more crypto or whatever, but it's very funny to see everything that I was talking about in the beginning turn out to be true, and everything everyone else was talking about never happened, or you know, or it happened but it wasn't. Kind of like the Bitcoin thing. Everyone thought they were going to YOLO all their money into Bitcoin, and then they bought the smallest amount of, well, potentially, you know, we'll see. But then they ended up buying the smallest amount of Bitcoin ever. It's just, it's funny. It's funny seeing everyone be wrong. And now they're, you know, I mean, there's nobody on the stream today. And the stock's actually up today. Like, that's pretty sick. Granted, I bet there's, you know, other people streaming, potentially. But if there's not, Yeah, there's a couple people streaming. Isn't this the fucking guy that came into my stream that one day? Pretty sure it is. Oh yeah.
Hype for the Tapper Tug.
Yeah.
Wait, AMC's max payment is $4?
I
have to check that, but if that's the case.
Yeah, Max Payne. We don't even know what we're talking about. Yeah. Yo, my chat says Max Payne, but they don't even know what that means. Yeah. Let's make a trade. Bunch of bots in the chat. Yeah. Bots in the chat. Slow moon up sounds great to me. Let's just stair climb. I mean, I'm with Muma. I hope it just doesn't move. I don't know if we can watch PokeRev video. I guess we can skim it though. Journey together.
Let's flip this over for now. And our packs, wow, look, we got 150.
150 Juan. Let's see what the card is.
Yes, triumphant. Okay. So we've got Hogwarts Soul Silver Triumph.
A basic Venonat? What the hell? A basic Venonat? I mean, that's a cool pickup. Pokemon. Gme will move like Tesla eventually. I think so as well. Kind of same scenario as Tesla. Everyone was shorting the fuck out of it, and then it just moved. And it never stopped moving. There's some like I've looked at this before, but I didn't really think about it. But 5 years ago, even 10 years ago, you know, Tesla was a let's just say $8 to $10 stock, and it went you know, 30x in 10 years. Berkshire was like a 20x in 10 years, I think. I believe. Let's see. It was at 200K. Is that right? Oh no. I thought it was maybe I was calculating from 20 years. But you know, there's a bunch of stocks. 10, 20, 30x the past 10 years. Apple. I don't know what Apple was at. 10x. You know, lots of companies. 10, 20, 30x. Then you do like the SPY. Which, you know, the SPY is very impressive. You know, I'm impressed with the SPY, but the SPY was $200 10 years ago. The SPY was a 2-3x, you know? So that's like a big aspect for me that makes GameStop very interesting, you know? Like if GameStop didn't exist, all my money would be in the SPY most likely. You know, maybe I'd have other value investments potentially, whatever. But the SPY is only, you know, 2 to 3x in the next 10 years. If GameStop 10, 20, 30 X's in the next 10 years or more, shit. That'll be pretty sick. And I think this is a huge piece of the investing that a lot of people are ignoring. Is you know, you could go basic and get 2 to 3x, or you can take a gamble and, you know, 10, 20, 30x. Shit, if that's doable, you know, I'll take the risk. I'll take the risk if that's possible. Happened to the stapler? I have no clue. Not moving is best for me as well right now. Just keep accumulating. Look at the eBay feedback. Yeah, there's no feedback. Whoever bought the stapler doesn't get to use it as a tax write-offs. Technically speaking, they purchased a tangible item from GameStop for $250K. Would be GameStop that gets the tax reward. Yeah, I'm not sure how that works. If it's someone with like an eBay business, though, I'd imagine they could write it off. Pine up 100 pints of gelato. Alright, Break Nation, have a good one, bro. God bless. Appreciate you supporting the stream. Good luck out there. I was thinking Ryan Cohen might have bought it to then maybe resell for charity again to hit the MacDon's limit. Would be legendary. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of whack that they made it only like 250 was the max bid. I bet that thing would have went crazy. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to do from here. I want to watch that Atozy video, but I don't know if I'll get clapped.
Under the bus. The only issue is there's been a history of him building a career off of dirty money. And this exact practice is what ended with him stepping down as CEO from FaZe. Elizabeth Banks, the CEO, or well now, ex-CEO of a massive gaming organization.
I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter if the stream gets clapped, right? I don't think it really matters. I just delete it. Not a big deal.
By the name of FaZe Clan. And as of the other day, messages were leaked that show that he actively took part in what many people are calling a huge crypto scam. And he exploited his friend Aiden Ross in
multiple crypto scams, actually.
The process. He also announced that he
didn't we talk about this last time I was on stream? Pretty sure we did.
would be stepping back from FaZe Clan entirely. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised that he didn't realize this was coming with the way he's been moving over the span of his career. Because obviously, there is a lot to unpack here, so let's start with the basic backstory. So as previously stated, Ricky or Banks was the CEO and co-founder of the gaming organization by the name of FaZe Clan. I'm sure a lot of you guys watching this video grew up watching these guys, so I don't really think I have to go too much into detail here. But long story short, FaZe Clan started as a Call of Duty trickshotting team that spiraled into a massive worldwide brand that has worked and helped grow some of the largest social media personalities in the world. However, FaZe and FaZe Banks have had quite a few controversies since the beginning. Allegedly, back in 2015, FaZe Banks and a handful of others co-owned a Counter-Strike gambling site called CSGO Wild. From reports, this site earned up to $200,000 a day. And you're probably thinking, well, that seems fine, but he never declared that he was owner until 2020. So essentially, he spent 4 years denying that he was a part of it. And this likely had a lot to do with the backlash that T. Martin and Syndicate got from being a part of making a similar Counter-Strike gambling site called CSGO Lotto. Obviously, this turned into a massive legal and PR nightmare for them, but they ended up settling and essentially getting away with a slap on the wrist in the eyes of the law. But in the online communities, it's safe to say they took a pretty big hit to their careers for a while at least. Even though, at least back in that day, CSGO and CSGO gambling was extremely normalized within the gaming communities. But Banks finally admitted that he was an owner in 2020 of CSGO Wild. He explained that his motivation behind CSGO Wild was making enough money to purchase the CSGO team. So alongside with other FaZe members, they promoted the site with clear knowledge that Banks owned it. But then to somehow make things worse, the site failed to use a provable fair system, and that they were actually publicly outed for by various sources for manipulating the outcomes of the bets. Then on top of that, they allegedly didn't pay the site designer. So not only did they promote gambling to kids, but they also allegedly scammed a kid in the process.
Hey, GameStop. GameStop's promoting gambling to kids. Isn't that crazy? GameStop's promoting gambling to children. He was behind Hotcoin. Yeah, I believe so.
So clearly, this is not a good look. The CSGO Wild TLDR is allegedly a lot of FaZe members, including Banks, who allegedly owned the site, promoted an illegal gambling website to their child audience. They got them to spend their money, and then they also allegedly rigged the odds in their favor. TDM Hazes actually made a great video covering this topic, and I'll be linking that video in the description down below. But moving on after that, this started a whole...
Hey, I'm Jesus, and in this video, we're going to look at the story of CSGO Wild, the biggest scam in the history of CSGO. Now, before we get into the story itself, there's something I want to say. So, when you run a business, you can generally get an edge on your competition by doing stuff unethically. You can make a bit more money, invest it a bit more in growing your market share, and the further you push it, the more of an edge you get, right up until the point where you get caught. And this is something that's good to keep in mind when we look at the story of CSGO Wild. Now, I say it's the biggest fraud in CSGO history, but that is actually quite hard to quantify, and there has been a few massive frauds, but this is definitely one of the biggest, and unlike a lot of these other scams, this one involves the biggest esports organization in the world. And believe me, when you read these news articles about FaZe accidentally admitting to owning this website, you're only hearing half the story, the better half of the story. In fact, the other half is such a disgrace that it's gonna make FaZe look kind of good. And this is a story I want to tell in this video because all these years on, it still matters, and it's going to keep on mattering to the future of CSGO. So without any further delays, let's start this story at the beginning with an esports organisation that just wanted to pay for a CSGO team.
Small loan of $1 million.
So in mid-2015, an esports organisation called FaZe was looking to expand its horizons. Initially, they'd started out as a Call of Duty organisation, but they'd expanded a lot since then. They were known for having a very strong emphasis on their social media presence. That's always been a priority for their organisation, but buying a competitive CSGO team was also on the agenda. But the problem is, they didn't have the money. So to compensate for that, they decided to tap in to a lucrative and growing market, and that would be gambling sites that use CSGO skins. Now, these are just that, a gambling site, using CSGO skins as a currency, and because CSGO skins can be converted straight into cash, for all intents and purposes, these sites are the same as any other gambling site. Well, with one exception, they were operating in a completely unregulated, Wild West style environment where there was no rules and no oversight, and as a result, a lot of dodgy shit was going on behind the scenes. So naturally, the morally upstanding gentlemen at FaZe turned to this industry in order to fund their CSGO team, and they launched a website called CSGO Wild in August 2015. Now, this was your standard gambling website. There was nothing that remarkable about it, and FaZe leveraged their standing on social media to launch an advertising blitz. An advertising blitz that brought huge amounts of traffic to the site. Although, there were some skeptics, so if we look at this video here by FaZe Adapt, well, if we go to the comments, there were some people suggesting that maybe his reactions weren't 100% legit. Now, I can't prove FaZe was rigging these advertisements, but what I can prove is that they weren't properly disclosing that these were ads. There's nothing in the description acknowledging that. And this was pretty much normal for how FaZe advertised this site. Dodgy roles and no disclosure it was an ad. And did I mention that CSGO Wild allowed minors to gamble on it, and it was also available in regions where online gambling is illegal? Yeah, it did both those things. Now, FaZe were not the only people doing this. They weren't even close to being the only people doing this. This was stock standard for skin gambling sites at the time. And like a lot of other skin gambling sites as well, FaZe didn't disclose their ownership. They completely denied it, even going so far as to harass people who alleged they owned it. Instead, they pretended that some guy called Gme owned it, although occasionally they had trouble keeping the story straight. Occasionally they'd mix up Gme's name with FaZe Reigns. Yeah, I wonder what's going on there. Unfortunately for FaZe though, when Phantom Lord, a disgraced gambling conman, had his Skype logs leaked, they revealed the truth very clearly.
He points to the syndicate site that we now know very much about, CSGO Lotto, and he also says CSGO Wild by the FaZe guys. He says, I'm talking to both, looking into what they're doing and if it's a threat or not.
CSGO Wild by the FaZe guys. Well, fancy that. Now, the best thing about this log is that Phantom Lord states that he's talking to them. It's not hearsay, it's not something he's overheard, it's not a rumor. He's directly talking to the FaZe guys over CSGO Wild. This is what I call slam dunk evidence. Now, despite all this, FaZe continued to deny, and it looked like they were going to get away with it. The internet has a short memory, and it seemed like FaZe's ownership of this site was going to be largely forgotten. Or at least it was, right up until April 11, 2020, when FaZe Banks decided that what the world really needed to know is that FaZe funded its CSGO team by offering gambling services to kids.
My motivation for doing it actually was, at the time we weren't making enough money to buy a CSGO team. All in, the venture was going to cost us like $1 million, and we definitely did not have anything close to that. So my brain, like, we got to finesse it. We got to figure out how to make the money to buy this team now, because in the next 6 months, a year, this team's gonna be worth like $4 or $5 million, and we're not gonna be able to get into this game, which in our heads we need to get in this game. So we create this website, and through our rake and all this shit, we were making like $200,000 a day. And we set it up in Antigua. We set it up in Antigua. I had a house in Antigua for like.
Where's that?
For like Antigua in the Caribbean.
Island, yeah.
Where?
It's an island.
It's one of those like islands where they.
The best.
It's an island in the Caribbean where
What?
Gambling. We're running a gambling website is completely legal if you have the permits and stuff to do it. So we flew there. We flew there private, sat down with the guy who runs the country, basically paid him like $100,000, and he gave us the license, and we had this whole estate. Yeah, we were out there and ran this website for a few months, and then the whatever, it was all regulated and shut down. And we were the only ones who were doing it legitimate, so we shut our shit down, and there's still people who are doing it, making crazy money.
Thanks for letting us know about the Antigua part there, Banks, and that's how we know your site was CSGO Wild, because CSGO Wild was based in Antigua.
All I've been able to really find is right down at the bottom.
Yeah, bro, imagine GameStop's making $200K a day. You know? 73 million a year.
Where it's
about accurate with what I did earlier.
Talks about, use of our services is at your own risk, blah, blah, blah. And then underneath, just above that, actually, thought this was quite funny. Yeah, we don't do refunds. Don't do refunds. By playing on this website, you agree that you are always playing at your own risk. Meanwhile, we're producing these very dubious videos of us doing fake reactions and constantly winning. It's your own risk. It's your own risk. It's not our risk. It's your own risk. Anyway, law and jurisdiction. These terms and conditions will be governed by and construed in accordance with the laws of the island of Antigua, and any dispute. Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah, listen.
Yeah, so I think we can conclude it was their side. Now, I also have to take issue with this whole "we were the only ones running it legitly" thing. No, you weren't. You were letting kids gamble on your site. I don't care what the license you bribed the government of Antigua to give you says, that's not legit. And FaZe knows that, too, which is why they immediately decided to try and change the story a little bit.
Hey everybody, sorry for the long thread. I think if I put it in a video, it'd probably be easier for you guys to understand. Just got off a long call with FaZe Rain, and I wanted to explain my side of things, why I reported on what FaZe Banks said, because he came out publicly, admitted to owning the website, said a lot of other things alongside that, so I hope you guys can understand why I would report that as truth, because after 4 years, after all the surrounding rumors and suspicions, Banks comes out and admits that he owns the site, was running it, and a lot of other things. I've now talked to FaZe Rain, who refutes all of that and pretty much says that Banks heavily misworded what he had said and doesn't know why he actually said that stuff. And the worst part about this is after talking to Rain, obviously sounding very sincere, and I cannot fully prove what Banks said. But I hope you guys understand why, if Banks out of nowhere said he owned and ran the site, that I would report that. That's what I would do. Now I've talked to Rain, and he says none of that is true, and that was misworded, and I'm choosing off what, a gut, to believe him.
Well, look, Jake, I'll put it this way. You were reporting on a detailed story recounting FaZe running a gambling site, told by one of the co-owners of FaZe, who was directly involved with running the gambling site, which lined up perfectly with all the publicly available information about that gambling site. And against that, we've got the word of FaZe Rain, who claims that Banks just misworded things somehow. Although, I do like how Rain says he's not sure why Banks would say any of this, because I kind of agree with Rain on that point. I'm not sure why Banks will come out and say they funded their CSGO team with underage gambling either. It sounds really, really stupid to me, and now the story is all over the media. But it doesn't end here, because FaZe got their money. They got their CSGO team, they got a group of tier 1 players who played like a tier 2 team for a year until Carrigan came along, and that's where they exit this tale. Instead, we've got a new protagonist, and we're going to discuss his story in part 2. Now, once FaZe acquired their CSGO team, there was a real change in how CSGO Wild was run. The FaZe crew weren't really involved too much anymore. Gagey just outright disappears. This is his Steam profile today, by the way, definitely a real person, and instead, management of Wild fell to someone else, a character who I'm going to refer to as Dracula. Now, many of you know who I'm referring to here and probably see what my reference is, but I'm not going to use his real name, although it's easy to find. I'm just going to call him Dracula. Now, Dracula seems to have been involved with CSGO Wild from the very beginning. So he owned a site called kickback.com, and CSGO Wild seemed to be using his website's bots. So as you can see in this ad, you can see it's using a kickback.com bot. But after FaZe got the CSGO team, he seems to have taken over entirely. I'm not sure whether the equity changed hands, but for all intents and purposes, this was now Dracula's site. And he started recruiting other YouTubers and streamers to advertise it. Now, notably McSkillet started advertising for them, and so did Phantom Lord. And that may come as a shock to some of you, because Phantom Lord is famous for having his own site, CSGO Shuffle, and it might sound a bit odd that he was advertising for CSGO Wild, but I can actually explain what was happening here, or at least I've got a very good theory on it. So basically, Phantom Lord had 2 business partners in CSGO Shuffle, and they were meant to do a 3-way split of the profits, but Phantom wanted to keep the money for himself, and he didn't pay his business partners what they were owed. He controlled the money, but he didn't pay them. He delayed, he made excuses, he didn't give these guys their fair share. And of course, his business partners weren't too happy about this. They started applying a lot of pressure on him, and it was at this point Phantom Lord switched to advertising for CSGO Wild. Now, I can't read Phantom Lord's mind here. I know for a fact that he wasn't paying his business partners properly, but I can't read his mind on why he switched. But I'm suspicious. It may have been to avoid having to pay what he owed to his business partners. Basically, because he was advertising for Wild rather than Shuffle, CSGO Shuffle's revenue went down, and therefore he didn't have to pay these guys as much revenue, and he's making this extra money on the side from advertising for CSGO Wild. So basically, it was motivated by pure greed. What a nice guy, ripping off his fans and his friends. Great bloke, great bloke. But anyway, CSGO Wild continued on until about
What a great bloke, a great bloke.
mid-2016, when Valve was forced to send out cease and desist to all skins gambling websites following a number of high-profile scandals, one of those being Phantom Lord, and CSGO Wild initially was shut down. Shut down very quickly, actually. People didn't really have time to withdraw.
They really had a very disrespectful farewell at the end. They kind of just took the money, shut up shop, didn't really give people a particularly long amount of time to withdraw their skins, and then linked to what's the name of that site, Sam? Where
I cry every time or
I
something.
cry every time. That was it. You know, for people who may have lost some skins. So I thought that was a little bit disrespectful.
Now, that shutdown lasted a whole 3 months before CSGO Wild, apparently under a new owner, attempted a comeback as a real money betting site licensed in Malta. A completely legit site, by the way. But it wasn't a financial success. It didn't last long, and seemingly, CSGO Wild was dead. And this brings us to the final act of our story. There is no keeping Dracula in his coffin, because in late 2017, he repurchased ownership of CSGO Wild. Now, this is something there's very little evidence of left, and you're going to find out why soon. A lot of it has just been wiped, although you can see that the Twitter account was active in doing giveaways around that time, and Dracula relaunched the site and launched an advertising blitz involving a large number of YouTubers. Now, I don't know how successful this was, but I imagine it went pretty well. But very quickly, he ran into a problem. You see, there was a bug on CSGO Wild that allowed third parties to view the Steam IDs of Steam accounts involved with the website, and Monarch, the owner of CSGO Empire, got his people to have a look. And it turned out that there was actually a ton of level 2 bot accounts doing $100 coin flip bets against actual people using the site. And by the way, these bots happen to have a win rate of about 80%. Or in other words, the entire site was rigged. Dracula has set up a bunch of bot accounts to bet against real bettors and set things up so the bots would win the majority of flips. The entire thing was a massive, massive scam. Now, as I said, a lot of the evidence from around this time has been purged. There's not much left I can show about it, but what Monarch exposed was an enormous case of fraud, and a lot of people would have been scammed if he hadn't stepped in. Now, Dracula initially attempted a very, very innovative defense. He claimed he'd been hacked. And keep in mind, by the way, his site had only been running for a week or so at this point, and that the hackers, for some reason, decided they weren't going to steal any skins, they were just going to gamble instead. Now, unsurprisingly, people didn't buy this excuse, and CSGO Wild died as a result. The YouTubers who'd been sponsored by it turned around and denounced the site, and Dracula fucked off back to the cave, and to the best of my knowledge, he's currently out of business. But there's a reason this story still matters. At the start of the video, I talked about how you can get an edge in business by breaking the rules. We've seen FaZe do that by running a gambling site to break into CSGO early. Now, in the grand scheme of things, that's probably not as bad as it sounds. A lot of people were running gambling sites back then, and FaZe used the money they had to get into CSGO. The money went back into the game, and then they got out. So, look, the cover-up is really the biggest part of the story here, but what Dracula did is far worse. He was wholesale scamming his customers to line his own pockets. That's a much bigger deal, and it only came unstuck because he got caught. And I draw attention to this because CSGO gambling has not died. It's actually growing again. Now, these days, many big sites are licensed, so they're blocking access in jurisdictions where online gambling is illegal. They're doing age verification checks. That's good. That's really good. It's a massive improvement over the old days. But if you're willing to break those rules, you can gain an edge in the gambling industry. Your business will be cheaper to run, it'll be more profitable, and you'll have an edge on the competition. Now, Dracula might be gone, but this industry is growing again, and I can assure you that there'll be plenty of other blood-sucking parasites coming to CSGO to set up dodgy gambling sites that break the rules to make a quick buck. And this matters to the game, because some of these guys probably will get caught again, and if they do, Valve might be forced to remove the ability to trade CSGO skins once and for all. The trading feature is what these gambling sites use. Remove it, they can't operate, but this feature is also integral to CSGO's monetization strategy because it gives skins value, and that's the driving force behind why people open cases, which is the reason CSGO is profitable and the...
Whoa, that's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Especially when you, like, connect that to the power packs. Like, the push start arcade could potentially be, you know, a thing that... say PSA cards aren't worth anything in the next 10, 20 years. Like, that arcade could be the thing that gives them their value.
The reason why Valve is actively maintaining the game. CSGO will be crippled if Valve has to remove this feature. Now, gambling sites are not going away. They're not going away unless that trading feature goes away. No matter how much a lot of people wish they would, they're staying here. So, we're stuck in a bind. The gambling sites aren't going anywhere unless the trading functionality goes, but the gambling sites could also kill that trading functionality. And the banality of don't gamble isn't going to solve shit here. We need regulation. We need the big players in the market to be regulated gambling sites. And that comes back to consumers and influencers, because the Draculas are going to come back to CSGO. I guarantee you, they're going to come back, they're going to set up their dodgy sites. But if people refuse to use them, and influencers refuse to promote them, these guys won't stick around. Now, it can be hard to know if a site is fake, even for influencers. You can be advertising a site, they can be rigging it on the back end, and you can have no idea about that. They can hide it from you. But I think as a community, we've got a right to demand standards when it comes from gambling sites. We need to demand that they show their license, we need to demand they show they're following regulations, and we need to demand that they show their site is provably fair. Because it really, really matters to the future of this game. Anyway, that's pretty much it for this video. If you enjoyed it, please like, comment, subscribe. Otherwise, trust the numbers, not your guts. I'm Jesus. Thanks for watching. See ya.
See ya.
Under the bus.
I got put back on the starting of that video. Is there even anyone here? Am I just streaming to myself? Four people, what's up? FaZe Banks and a crew altered with getting kids normalizing. Normalized with gambling. Those kids are adults now. Gambling in the USA is it like all-time highs?
Valve added trade protection to Counter-Strike skins.
Everyone just wants to fucking... Because everyone wants to get rich quick. Nobody wants to go get a normal job anymore and build like how you're supposed to. Everyone just wants to get a lucky hit. And, you know, the lucky hit doesn't exist.
This was a major overhaul to how trading worked, and it was designed to protect users from being scammed. And despite containing some very radical changes, the response from the community was fairly positive. People understood that this was meant to address a very serious problem in Counter-Strike. Skin sites would temporarily shut down while they adjusted to the new changes, and major figures in the skin scene actively spoke up saying that the scene would adjust to this update just fine and that there was nothing to panic about. After about a day, sites were starting to come back online, and with people finally able to buy and sell again, the market immediately crashed. Really hard. Basically, about $600 million was stripped off the game's market cap in the space of 7 days. Many popular skins were taking significant hits. M4s in particular really seemed to get clapped, as did a lot of mid-tier and highly liquid stuff. Really expensive skins seemed to shrug it off a little bit better, but overall, this was still a colossal drop. In fact, the fall in the market cap was roughly half the size of the drop that...
Holy shit. 4.7 billion market cap on that. That's crazy.
Colossal drop.
All-time highs 5.1 billion.
In fact, the fall in the market cap was roughly half the size of the drop that happened when CS2 came out. Except that crash happened over months. This crash only took a week. In fact, it's so dramatic that it is almost certainly the quickest drop in market value ever in the history of Counter-Strike. And given how serious that sounds, you're probably wondering what the reaction from the community was. Well, according to Reddit, anybody freaking out about it was an idiot, and other people were enthusiastically looking to buy the dip. On Twitter, there was a little bit of concern, but most people weren't really even talking about it. Traders in particular were just brushing past it, like literally nothing was happening. Worst crash in the history of the CS market? Market schmarket, who even cares? Okay, so why are people kind of just ignoring this? Aren't skins people meant to be hysterical lunatics who freak out at the tiniest changes? I mean, not only have Valve apparently crashed the market, but apparently they crashed the market to try and protect some dumb kids from getting scammed or something. Surely, that is worth a petition with at least 100,000 signatures this time. But apparently people just aren't worried, and you're probably sitting here wondering why. Why does no one seem to care? It's almost like people knew it was coming. Well, let's look at the market itself. Firstly, the market is vulnerable right now. In fact, when this update launched, we were actually at an all-time record high for skin prices. You can see this on the Esports Fire 300, and many people had been expecting the market to crash already. In fact, it kind of almost did here, it just recovered super quickly. And while that's probably a sign of long-term resilience in the skins market, short-term, it is a sign that crashes can and quite possibly will happen again. Many skins have gone up in price by insane amounts over the last 6 months, and this meant they were very exposed when this update dropped, especially given it's also July, the time of year when the player base in Counter-Strike normally goes down. And guess what? Lately, the player base has been going down, and this is also not good for skins. So a crash right now would make a lot of sense. The market is in the perfect spot for it, and just a few people panic selling could easily trigger a chain reaction. But is this the explanation? Well, probably not, because if this was the case, the community would actually care. This kind of crash could potentially take 6 months for the market to recover from, and we'd probably be in for a very extended downturn either way. Obviously, if you own skins, this is just part of the game, it does happen, but people would at least be taking this crash a little bit seriously, rather than just ignoring it. So, maybe we need to look for something else. Well, let's start with how the market has changed. Obviously, the trade hold was a big curveball for skin sites. They had to change their systems, and what they did was really interesting. Basically, if you're a seller now, and you sell something and reverse the trade, you get banned. If you're a buyer and reverse the trade, you don't get banned, but you also don't get your money back. The seller gets to keep it. Naturally, people in the latter category immediately started fucking themselves over when they tried to reverse their trades during the crash. But this may all be key to what's going on. You see, the way sites enforce this system is by locking up your money for 7 days after you trade. In the past, you get these funds right away. Now, you have to wait. Why does that change things? Well, it changes things because CS players really like spending money on things. In fact, a while ago, a site dev told me that the average dollar on a skin site gets spent 1.5 times before it gets withdrawn. Now, I don't know if that figure is accurate anymore, but a lot of money that gets spent on skin sites definitely comes from people selling other skins on the site. And if you cut those people off from their money for
watching this and like comparing it to the Power Pack or the Push Start Arcade is, I mean, cards already have like value and stuff, but this is definitely going to be an interesting aspect of that world.
7 days, the amount being sent on skins is going to suddenly crash.
I wonder if they'll do a market cap type thing like that for Push Start Arcade, kind of like what that has.
And
like as a will the Push Start Arcade have its own market, you know?
That should crash the whole market in the process. Well, that makes a lot of sense, but how do we test this theory to see if it's correct? Well, if it's correct, the market should have started recovering 7 or 8 days after the update. And fun fact, the market started recovering 7 or 8 days after the update. Really quickly as well. So it seems like this whole dip might have just been caused by players being locked out of their money for 7 days. And this is also the reason players were panicking too, because frankly, a lot of them knew this was going to happen. Lots and lots of people called this crash, and for anyone experienced with the market, it was pretty obvious. So, all is well, the skins market is safe, there's nothing else to worry about? Well, possibly not. The market is still really high right now, the player base is still falling at the moment, and it would be very surprising if the market doesn't go down at least a little bit during the second half of this year. Of course, this is the skins market though, so who actually fucking knows? But what we do know is that this just shows how resilient the market is. It's adjusted to big new changes very, very quickly, and things are already back on track. And best of all, a whole bunch of scammers also got fucked in the process. That's a great thing, unless you're trying to move around thousands of cases. Valve, please fix. Anyway, that's pretty much it for this video. If you've enjoyed it, please like, comment, and subscribe.
The only issue is there's been a history of him building a career off of dirty money, and this exact practice is what ended with him stepping out. There is a video, FaZe Clan's and color, but in the online communities, it's safe to say they took a pretty big hit to their careers for a while at least. Even though, at least back in that day, CSGO and CSGO gambling was extremely normalized within the gaming communities. But Banks finally admitted that he was an owner in 2020 of CSGO Wild. He explained that his motivation behind CSGO Wild was making enough money to purchase the CSGO team. So alongside with other FaZe members, they promoted the site with clear knowledge that Banks owned it. But then to somehow make things worse, the site failed to use a provable fair system. And that they were actually publicly outed for by various sources for manipulating the outcomes of the bets. Then on top of that, they allegedly didn't pay the site designer. So not only did they promote gambling to kids, but they also allegedly scammed a kid in the process. So clearly, this is not a good look. The CSGO Wild TLDR is allegedly a lot of FaZe members, including Banks, who allegedly owned the site, promoted an illegal gambling website to their child audience. They got them to spend their money, and then they also allegedly rigged the odds in their favor. TDM Hazes actually made a great video covering this topic, and I'll be linking that video in the description down below. But moving on after that, this started a whole new era of FaZe. Banks had a pretty viral crash out on Snapchat of him in Europe. Many claimed this was due to substance abuse problems after falling into an unimaginable amounts of money from CSGO Wild. But he ended up very publicly leaving FaZe here.
I'm not joking on Twitter. I'm being 100% serious. And I'm happy with my decision. If you want to delete me on Snapchat, if you want to follow me on Twitter, if you want to hate me, do it all, man. Just keep that negative away. That's it. Goodbye. I'm getting so many tweets about the tattoo. The tattoo is on my body forever. I'm glad it's on my body forever. FaZe was the coolest time of my life. FaZe out.
And here's the more formal tweet that he posted about this move back in 2016. But most of the FaZe guys, they ended up moving out to LA. And Banks also ended up moving to LA a little bit later, starting the Clout House with Ricegum and Alyssa Violet. Meanwhile, at this time, FaZe got connected with a shady, at best, Norwegian entrepreneur. And this guy is known for lying a lot, to put it lightly, within the Norwegian esports scene. But clearly, he's a smooth talker, and after meeting one of the founding members on FaZe on a plane and lying to him about who he knew, FaZe decided to move forward and bring him into the company. This guy was an absolute nightmare for FaZe. He allegedly ended up scamming the FaZe guys in multiple ways. First, from what I've heard, he ended up pitching them the startup of his. He ended up raising a bunch of money from the internal FaZe group, then nothing came from that startup. Some of the members even threw him hundreds of thousands of dollars towards this startup. And then you have the second thing, which many can refer to as a scam, is by the way he influenced FaZe, which eventually turned the company into a pump and dump for private equity that got their big cash out after FaZe Clan was SPAC'd out onto the stock market. And I'm not sure if he was actually still involved or had shares when they finally SPAC'd and went onto the public market, but I do know he asked a FaZe member while that FaZe member was in the hospital if his wife could borrow his car. But fun fact though, from what I know, none of the original FaZe Clan members made money from FaZe going live on the stock market, as they couldn't sell because their shares were locked up. But after the stock market hit, that was kind of towards the end of Big FaZe, at least, because it all came down collapsing after that, because the company was burning way more money than they could ever earn. And the stock essentially dropped 99%. And Big FaZe Clan doesn't exist, by the way. It's just what I'm calling the bloated private equity version of FaZe that basically everyone within the community was not a fan of. Now, you still have a private equity version of FaZe, but this one is very different from what was running it in 2019, 2020, 2021, and so on. But obviously, other things happened during that time that hurt the reputation of both FaZe Clan and Banks, like the Tfue contract, where FaZe Clan drafted a very unfair, exploitative contract that they could take up to 80% of the revenue from his brand deals. And that became public after Tfue sued FaZe Clan in 2019. And what's so interesting about this is like the 80-20 split between creators and talent agencies, that's very normal. Except it's 80% to the creator, 20% to the agency. This is opposite. This was 20% to Tfue, 80% to FaZe Clan. Now, from everyone I've talked to, FaZe never executed on that contract. They never actually held that contract to the state, aka they never took the 80% cut from his deals. But obviously the elephant in the room here is they could if they wanted to, and that's a massive problem. And many people blame Banks here for this, but I don't think he had anything to do with it at all. I would be looking at Seabass way before I would be looking at Banks when it comes to this stuff. Even though that Seabass would just be a cog in the massive machine that was the bloated private equity version of FaZe back then. But what I will say is Banks was definitely at fault with his involvement with Banks Social, because in May of 2021, Banks tweeted in support of this project called Banks Social, calling it, in quote, a project I F with heavily and truly believe this is the next one to pop. He then ran a $10,000 giveaway with that project, which obviously caused the token to pump, then immediately dump right after. Banks then deleted the tweets, got called out for it, then claimed that he never sold any of his B Social tokens and that he didn't participate in any pump and dump. And I mean, that's cool and all, but he should have also understood how irresponsible that was to begin with. Then you also had the whole Save the Kids situation, because in June of 2021, multiple FaZe members promoted a crypto coin that was promoted as a charity. However, immediately after launching the coin, it crashed by over 90%. People immediately started looking at the transactions on the blockchain and very soon after realized that the members were directly involved. FaZe and Banks were quickly to distance themselves from this whole scandal and claim they had zero involvement or knowledge of the scam. And from what I can tell, this is still true. These members who did this were fired and kicked immediately. But another thing I wanted to quickly add, as I mentioned earlier, revolving FaZe Clan and Big FaZe, because in 2022, FaZe became a public traded company, essentially meaning that the company's ownership could be distributed with the general public. If you asked anyone about FaZe around this time, they would say something around the lines of FaZe became corporate. This is in reference to the bloated private equity version of FaZe I've been talking about. But obviously the massive problem with that was the same uniqueness that made FaZe what it is essentially gone. And only a year later, the stock had completely collapsed, causing the former CEO to get terminated. FaZe was then acquired by GameSquare Holding, which ended up later on appointing Banks as FaZe's new CEO. And this was after Banks bought a 25% ownership into FaZe Media for $9.5 million. And what's important here is he bought into FaZe Media, not their esports side of the business. So why is this relevant? Well, Banks rebranded FaZe, brought on a new generation of FaZe talent, moved them into a stream house, and tried to make this new age version of the old FaZe house. And I would say all around, that was a massive success for FaZe. But unfortunately, that was only one of two streamer houses that he started. He also had this other group called Probably Nothing. And here you have a handful of other members. Frank D Gods, Thread Guy, OG Shoots, Rasmer. I think that was everyone. I could be missing some. But some of them are relevant because of what happens later on in this video. And overall, Probably Nothing, I think, turned into being way more of a headache than what it was worth it for Banks, because you constantly had moments like this on various live streams.
Today, and Banks is always early. Wow. Think about that's the simple of science. Wow. Right? Banks bought Goat and Zero Bro today. Banks is always early. Your boys by Zero Bros and Banks is always early. Banks is always early. So what you guys do the math?
Because if anything, a lot of their live streams just made them come across as very shady, to put it lightly. And it also really did not help that a lot of stuff they were buying and hyping up on their live streams kind of turned into what their name was, worth probably nothing. But you may have seen these people in the stream with Aiden Ross while he bought the meme coin MLG. And I guess you would also see them in that leaked Hawk-Tua episode where they were trying to do damage control for a Hawk-Tua girl. But the latter is kind of irrelevant. It's the stream with Aiden and these Probably Nothing guys that got us here in the situation today. Because what a lot of people may be asking is, WTF is MLG coin? Well, MLG stands for Major League Gaming, which originally started with hosting Halo and Smash Bros. Tournaments. It actually became the first televised esports league in 2006. And eventually they added Call of Duty, StarCraft, and League of Legends to its programming before it was finally acquired by Activision Blizzard. And like many things that touched that company, it was all downhill from there. At least for the company. Online culture, they had other plans. They took its branding and merged it with satirical gaming culture, and then you had people like Snipers, Pyrocynical, and Roman, and many others that repopularized the MLG name alongside of Mountain Dew, Doritos, Hitmarkers, Joints, and Snoop Dogg. And it's safe to say that that ran its course until the cow was completely milk dry by late 2016, early 2017, and that's at a stretch. So fast forward 7 or 8 years until crypto hell. A website called Pump Fund launched, where any moron could launch their own crypto token with just a few clicks. And someone launched a coin called MLG. And this is clearly not associated to Major League Gaming, Activision Blizzard, or any of the original MLG montage YouTubers. Banks, for some reason, I guess, saw this bundled coin and decided that he was going to make this his identity and shill it pretty aggressively. And this is even though it was extremely bundled. According to Bubble Maps here, more than 25% of the supply was in control by a handful of people by the time banks started buying into it. So here's a screenshot of the wallets in control of MLG coin the days he was buying it to begin with. And obviously, I know for any normal person looking at this, you're probably like, what? So TLDR, this is a normal wallet. TLDR, this is a normal wallet. And this is someone or a group of people who has spread out their tokens between a whole bunch of wallets, trying to make it look like they don't own as much of the token as they really do. That right there is called a bundle or a cluster, which will become important later on in this video. And fast forward a few months, Aiden, obviously still upset about this situation, had a rant about it on stream, but he didn't mention banks directly.
MLG is up, you're good. Ban him out of my chat. Aladog, you're a sucking beast, bro. All those crypto kids, they're nowhere to be found, bro. They stole millions of dollars from innocent people, bro. We don't see about them anymore, hang around them anymore. They're nowhere to be found, bro. Them. What the f have they been on, bro? They're like hiding away somewhere underground. It's fucking insane, bro. They bought like bunkers and shit.
So obviously, Banks was called a scammer by a bunch of people because he stupidly made a coin his identity and kept promoting it to his followers. He was also the one who brought this coin to both Aiden Ross and his fans. And one day, I guess he just broke and sent this really weird message to the MLG chat blaming Aiden Ross for the reason it collapsed. Aiden Ross effed this up. This community dumped on him buying, used him as exit liquidity. His ego got hurt, blamed Frank. Him and Frank got into it privately. Aiden despises Frank and spins and drives a narrative about Frank selling. Somehow this falls on me and the threads to farm. The whole situation spins into me selling and dumping coins. When I ran this thing up from $3 million to $200 million, organically, top blasted multiple times, invested a F ton of money, and never ever ever sold. The only bad actor in this entire thing is Aiden. Point blank, period. Hold up, what? Why would you ever say this about your friend that you convinced to buy? The only reason Aiden was in this project is because you flew out to Florida and had him buy it on stream. What is going on here? So obviously, Banks got a lot of backlash for that, so he responds with, I've never scammed anyone a day in my life. The entire narrative is unfair, and a part of the reason it exists is cause my FaZe name is so easily farmed and manipulated. The fact this is affecting the guys at all is whack, so for the time being, I'm gonna be stepping away from not only FaZe, but all of this internet. It's destroying my life inside and out. Sucks my entire life gets ruined over something I didn't even do. The real ones know. I wish I could say I'll be back, but I really don't know if I will. Okay, so that tweet has since been deleted. But an old roommate and teammate of his, FaZe Rain, chimed in with this.
I mean, I saw a lot what Banks said.
Holy fuck, this is a long video. It's not even halfway done. Good lord. Rug pull disappears. Damn right. Damn right. Shit's weird. The internet's weird, bro.
I saw the way he's going about defending himself, but one thing I haven't seen him say is if those DMs are real or not, what he said in the chat. It seems like he's kind of dancing around that topic. Like we all make mistakes, but it's all about taking accountability for a lot of stuff, right? It's like, hey bro, like I said that, my fault, I was wrong. I threw you under the bus when, you know, I should take blame for that. I made that stream happen. Like, bro, I genuinely couldn't believe it when I saw that message, especially like the way it was worded. When I read that shit at the end saying there's only one bad actor in this and it's Aiden, I was like, what the f? Like, that was a crazy thing to read, right?
And then to make things even worse, the guys behind the MLG coin claims Banks tried to cut them out several times and take control of the project. So that shows that he had a lot more, or tried to have a lot more to do with the project than what he was leading on to. And then some loose allegations towards Aiden Ross's manager started to come out, claiming that Aiden Ross's manager used to work with FaZe for many years. And then they provided some out of context clip of Aiden saying that the manager owed Aiden money for all this bank stuff.
Bob, you owe me money for the crypto with Banks, where someone tried to impersonate Banks and you vouched.
So how out of context that is, I'm not sure, but it does become relevant later on in this video. But Aiden then responded to this whole situation by saying the bank screenshot is real. Sad. If you guys think that MLG being rugged was me, I'm sorry to tell you it wasn't. There's a reason that entire house is silent. Truth will come out eventually. I'm just more hurt on the fact someone I call my brother is behind my back. So obviously, Banks then got even more backlash. So then he went back to Twitter and he said, for the time being, I'm going to be stepping away from not only FaZe, but all the internet. It's destroying my life inside and out. FaZe Rug ironically had absolutely nothing to do with that though. That's just a very unfortunate name in today's crypto age. Banks did go on to Aiden Ross's stream where he had plenty of things to say. And watching this stream is honestly kind of crazy because I'm shocked at how easy it was for Banks to just direct this conversation with Aiden. Like there was zero pushback from Aiden here at all. Because I'm pretty sure the whole thing was supposed to be Aiden confronting Banks about what happened, but instead, Banks just kind of sweet talks and gaslights him for an hour, and it's almost like Aiden just kind of bought it, or at least he did so while on call.
Yeah.
How did we get in this mess, man?
You got everyone in this mess. What are you talking about, dude?
And it just started from you speaking, behind my back.
I know. We'll get to the text. Obviously, I'm just saying. Me and you have known each other for how long?
Years. We have a lot of history together.
Years and years and years. We live together. We could talk to each other about anything. Me and you have had one issue between each other our entire lives, the entire time knowing you. What is it?
What? I don't know.
MLG.
Oh.
This whole MLG thing. The only time me and you have had any weird energy, all this weird back and forth, the miscommunications, the talking between Tav, has been over the stream that we did 6 months ago. And this whole narrative around Frank and everybody in that room scamming people. And for the last 6 months, Frank's been getting farmed to be some kind of scammer. This MLG thing goes to zero. It looks horrible on everybody involved. I am the only person with any sort of namesake. Me and you have a real relationship. So now a narrative forms where it's like I'm scamming. It makes shit look weird between me and you. Me and you get on the phone. You tell me, I know you're not scamming. I know you're not scamming. But then these clip pages are posting, Banks is scamming, Banks is scamming. Bro, this thing spirals to the point where I fall for bait. I post in this chat. You read it. It was a whack message. I should have just called you again. But I just feel like the story and all the details of it haven't been properly represented. And everybody involved feels that way.
Okay, so I'm kind of confused in why he didn't immediately apologize for bringing both Aiden and his community into this awful investment. Then somehow blame Aiden for everything. Either Banks is a moron for doing this, or he's pretending to be a moron. Like, he flew out to Florida with a bunch of crypto bros to convince one of the largest streamers in the world, who has an extremely active and pretty young audience, to buy a low cap meme coin. How did he ever think this was going to go over well? Banks is essentially the wolf in sheep's clothing, bringing all the sheep to the other wolves here, because this would be a disaster no matter what. We've already established with bubble maps, the coin was heavily bundled when Banks got into it, so it's not like it would be too different from when he got Aiden into it. So either way, the supply was in control by very few people. What I do want to say though is, I have not been able to find any wallets tied to Banks that have taken profits or sold off any of this MLG coin. I also contacted Bubble Maps about this, and they have not been able to verify anything either as of the recording of this video. So at least for now, it doesn't look like Banks used MLG coin to make money. If anything, it seems like he lost not only money on it, but also a lot of career reputation here. So I'm leaning to the side that Banks was just being a moron here, and they really thought this coin was going to go into the multiple billions of dollars and that they would all make money somehow.
Listen, let me put it into context for everybody. And this is all facts. Aiden, fact check me or not, call me out, whatever. I mean, after the last 48 hours, what we've gone through together, we all know where we're at, and we all know what facts are facts. Facts?
What does that even mean, dude?
We fly to Florida to do a crypto stream. All of us, right? You expressed interest in buying MLG. Do you remember what I said on that? The VOD should still exist. Do you remember what I said when people started talking about buying it on stream? Do you remember what I said?
I don't. I didn't watch the stream. I haven't watched the stream back.
Somebody go find the VOD and clip it if you want. I said not to buy it on stream. You remember that?
Yeah, I watched that entire stream and I did not hear him say that.
The moment you bought it on stream, the truth is the community dumped the coin. It doesn't even logically make sense that anyone in that room dumped the coin. It doesn't make sense. Our wallets trading it are public with millions of dollars in it. Why would we give that up? Why would we start dumping it live on stream to lose millions of dollars. It doesn't even logically make sense, first of all.
Okay, he put himself in this really bad situation because obviously we can see he didn't sell until the other day. But also, sadly, it's almost impossible for us to verify if he had any other alt wallets, if he had decent wallet hygiene. So either way, this should be the biggest wake-up call for all influencers to never endorse or market any microcap. They are microcap, honestly. Any microcap projects, especially if the only use case of the project is number of investment go up. That's a Ponzi, and it's 100% a certifiable way to destroy your reputation.
You never thought I scammed you anyways, period. It was always between the other guys. That's what you always said.
I will say this, yes. I thought I was under the impression because people were telling me that I got scammed by the other people in the room. Yes, that's what I...
And by the way, that's completely and entirely fair. And then I'm stuck in a spot where nobody gives a to farm these kids' names. So it's FaZe Banks and his crypto friends are scamming Aiden Ross. You understand what my position in it? Obviously, like where I'm at there.
It's because you're affiliated, and I understand.
Yes. Okay, so I get looped in this shit, and then we get into this loop. And it obviously puts weird energy between us.
No, I know. I agree. It's definitely weird between us.
And honestly, it's not any more spicy than that. Nobody ran away with millions of dollars. Aiden lost 50 racks even. I lost 100K. Frank lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. People made millions of dollars off this coin, by the way. I bought this at $3 million, fully endorsed it, fully backed it, ran with this narrative that it's the gamer coin. It was a legitimate community with an amazing narrative during a good time in crypto. And unironically, you marked the top.
Yeah, so here he just kind of admitted that he brought the sheep into their final destination with that stream.
You and I have had a weird relationship for the past 6 months, to be honest.
Facts. We've been talking through Tav. We've been not talking as much. It's been weird. It's all based around this thing, and real emotions are involved. You guys got to keep in mind, the people watching the stream, this isn't some like PR scripted thing. Me and Aiden really have real history. I met this kid before he had 10 viewers. We were taking pictures at bars. He's asking me for pictures. And then he came and lived with me in Rice. And we like really came up together on some and like that's real. Never had an issue. Aiden, me and you have never had a singular problem since before this.
Dude, it's just been, like I said, like I obviously like I've always looked up to you as like my older brother. Like, you know that.
And I've always loved you. I've slid for you. I've been there for you too.
But literally 2 days ago, he completely throws his so-called day one friend that he came up together with under the bus, even though it was him that got his friend into this whole MLG thing in the first place. This whole conversation just seems so manipulative.
And Aiden, to both of our credit, how many times did you say, yo, this guy said it's a good idea if I drop a coin? And what did I say to you every time?
Yeah, that's true. You said no.
I said, no, Aiden, we can't do that. If anybody was in a scam mindset, by the way, that's the scam. For the people who don't want to understand the nuances of crypto, it doesn't logically make sense. We're live sitting there. We're dumping a coin live, physically behind your back, and just losing millions of dollars on in other wallets. We have these secret side wallets.
The conclusion I'm having with this is they were both acting like morons here and not scamming. Although the bar is set very low when we're like, well, at least we didn't launch our own crypto token.
I came out the cut to help bring the face back. I think we did that. I'm good. These boys got it from here. I'm 33 years old. I don't have a kid. I'm a bum by everybody else's standards, so I'm gonna just focus on that.
But I think dwelling on that, you know, I don't know.
It's not even a dwelling thing. Genuinely, brother, I'm happy. Again, all I care about is my real relationships.
Okay, so he was publicly outed for throwing his friend under the bus, and then I guess now he's retiring, which is why I'm referring to both the gambling money and the meme coin money, which is also pretty much gambling money as well, dirty money. Because this led a dude who's in the top 0.1% of net worth in the world to throw a friend that he calls a day one friend and family under the bus. That's dirty no matter what you call it, because this is why I'm saying he built and destroyed his career off of dirty money.
How we fell in this in the first place is I fell for bait. I read into a tweet, you scammed your friend Aiden Ross, you piece of shit. This kid had MLG in his name. So I went into the MLG chat. I said, yo, I'm just going to let you guys all know. I'm about to sell this whole thing. I've held this thing to zero. And I got people in this community saying like this and just went off, threw you under the bus. Honestly, dude, say whatever you want. If they want you to rip me apart and you're going to rip me apart for the sake a community wanting to rip me apart.
They want me to go deep on you, bro. They want me to go deep on you how I do with like the Doechis and like all these other people on the internet. But it's like I have a real history.
That's not real, but that's not reality.
I have a real history with you. That's why I'm like I'm just hurt.
I mean, honestly, there's nothing Banks said here that made sense to why he would throw Aiden under the bus here. But he does go on to kind of take some accountability.
I don't blame you whatsoever. Like you tried your best. Nobody's blaming anybody, bro. I'm not saying it's your fault. To be honest with you, it's 100% my fault.
You know me, bro.
Let me get this off real quick. I should never ever have talked about any coin or any asset as like unreliable or whatever. Like I don't even know what the word is for this, but there's a reason why since this has happened, I'm on some buy Bitcoin, crypto punks. I'm not talking about anything else.
Volatile and low market cap might be the words he was looking for, but either way, at the end of the day, both of these guys are at fault here for doing a stream like this, endorsing a low market cap crypto coin in front of so many people. And it seems like they realize this now. But a clip from the interview that really gave me whiplash was this.
The majority of my day yesterday on the phone with everybody from family to FaZe members to employees to my friends and everybody across the board that I care about, that I work with, that I have any meaningful relationship with, loves me, knows who I am, and this hasn't changed anything. As long as there's only one person that I have weird energy in the air with, and it's you.
Dude, you didn't throw any of them under the bus. What are you talking about? Of course they don't feel like that to you. You didn't throw them under the bus. No one, Aiden has all the rights in the world to feel like that to you. That doesn't make sense. Also, I kind of got suspicious about this clip.
Can I ask you a question?
Anything, brother. Anything.
What does bundled mean? What does that mean in crypto? I don't know what that means. Like a bundle?
I'm not super familiar either. I think it's when a bunch of wallets adjacent and close to each other and have traded back and forth between each other own, like, to be honest, I can't speak to it. That would be a question that I would ask. Like,
yeah, because I don't know anything about these terms either. That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Okay, so he was in the ballpark there, but what's odd about this is he referred to bundles 24 hours later. So I guess enough of that. Remember the allegations about Aiden Ross's manager, Top? Well, Aiden just announced that he fired that manager.
Guys, as you guys have been sticking around me for a very long time, you know I've been dealing with a lot of bullshit behind the scenes. So I'm just gonna let you guys know that Tav and I are 100% split ways. I'm not messing with Tav anymore. He's not messing with me. And I wish you nothing but the best of luck and stuff like that. But Aiden and Tav is not a thing. I don't have a manager. I don't have an active manager. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, bro. I got this. We got this. By the way, it's all love to Tav. I don't want people. I saw what was going on in the community. I don't want the family y'all were leaving on him and stuff like that. Don't go after people's families. It's nothing to do with him, bro. Honestly, and I don't even gotta tell y'all the details about what happened. It's really nobody's business. I'm just gonna leave it like that.
Then his stream chat wouldn't move on, so he got frustrated.
Hey, guys, with all due respect, please ban Tav's name from my chat and please take out the emote, please. I'm not joking, bro. Let that move on. Let's get past it. No reason for me to bring that back up. Let's just get over it, all right?
Now, obviously, we can speculate what happened as it's perfectly timed up with the recent allegations, but at the end of the day, who knows? Well, the timing's interesting. But Aiden did have some final words for Banks.
It's not about being spineless. It's just about what's the truth and what's not the truth. Cut him off then. It's not your business whether I cut him off or don't cut him off. I don't speak to Banks all the time. We speak here and there, but I consider that somebody that changed my life in many ways. Family to me, bro. Let's not act like he didn't move me in a crib, never charged me for rent, said don't join FaZe Clan because it's ran by a bunch of CEOs and weird people. I have history with him. So sorry I'm not going on stream saying FaZe Bank, let's FaZe Bank. Sorry I'm not doing that. Instead, I'm just going to say I'm hurt. And it was up what he did.
And I guess that's all we have for now. So Banks is no longer the CEO of FaZe. I don't know how long that'll last though, but it looks like his career was both built and destroyed off of dirty money. So hey, if you guys are new here, please subscribe as we cover laughably stupid stuff that unfolds on the internet daily. Drop a like on this video if you enjoyed it, and I'll see you guys in tomorrow's video. This
I'm fucking tired, dude. I think it's time to get out of here. Thank you guys for supporting the stream as always, even though it's like 4 people. But either way, hope you have a good rest of your day. I should be on stream tomorrow, so I'll see you guys then. God bless ya.